I shall guide you. Please follow. How do you feel? Don't hesitate to tell me if you don't feel well. This area was constructed underground. Let's take the elevator to the surface. Our destination is the tower on the hill. Until a century ago, Magmau was a research institute dedicated to the investigation of Forme. By Forme, I refer to the unique abilities of revenants, conventionally known as enchantments, curses, and these two were once revenants.
$100 they absorb it.
Another world.
They absorb it now, which results. Yes. If all of the heroes are allowed to suffer such a fate, not a trace of this world will remain. There's only one way to prevent, and so, however, not.
Let me know if things take a turn.
Welcome back. Thank you, lady. Hopefully the stream stays stable. I'm not sure what happened earlier. But thank you for stopping by.
This is far from over. this isn't your fight, but I'll return the favor. Let's do this. Look after that, okay? We're almost there. My friend should be at the inner chamber just ahead. He may be a royal pain in the ass, but there's no friend like him. You can't just leave him hanging.
Oh, lady, you should have just failed.
Sure is dark. Human eyes won't cut it in here. You got a light?
I want you.
Reckless idiot. Doesn't appreciate how much harder he makes my job. Crap. But we did manage to avoid the worst with your help. Thanks for pitching in. Let's get our asses back to Magma and learn everything about those bands. Time to move. Still works. Show me what you can do. Oh, this is far from over. Jeez, are they ants?
Freedom! You're all free now. Holy shit, okay. Love how it's an open world, but once you get to your location, it's a freaking maze. That's how it felt in that one underground base.
What are you doing? This ain't the way to Macmel.
At the power plant.
The real fight starts here.
They were so careless.
Stay focused.
Fair enough.
We got this. The nectar found in this tree can speed up your recovery. Take it. Magmel is the building furthest through this gate. Once this is far from over. That's the way to the storage tower. Magmel is below the hill. Looks like Valentin told everyone about you. Why don't you go take a look around the facility? You should introduce yourself, even though it's just standing around. I'm sure they'll end up helping you out one way or another. After you've more or less seen the place, we'll go talk to Valentin.
We meet again.
Heartbroken, how dare you skip Valentine? I'm trying to get us back to where we were.
Wounds dangerous.
I'm trying to get us all the way back to where we were. Valentine can wait. BRB gonna lurk? Do your thing, dude. I'm just chilling. I'll probably be coasting until we either get back to where we were or we end the stream tonight. It's all good.
like they're all counting on you. Let's not let them down. We can either go to the ruins at the center of the island, or to the water treatment plant on the coast. Your choice. Let's get moving.
Starts here.
How about a quick rest?
I'm a former. I was in the middle of, but I got away. I know it's.
The nectar found in this tree can speed up your recovery.
Oh, excuse me. Good Lord.
Oh, this is far from over.
Oh, okay. I don't remember y'all helping me last time. Cause Buddy sure came and swiped the fuck out of me.
You gotta grab anything we can use. Could this be the Revenant Anons? That's a powerful form that can snipe from long range. Watch your I-Core consumption if you use it.
The real fight starts here.
I don't remember going down here last time. I damn sure didn't go down here last time. Holy shit. I missed this area. Damn, buddy, you not gonna let me circle you? Dude, I missed the fuck out of this area. Wait, no I didn't. I went down here before.
Oh, this is far from over.
You stop there. No, I came this way before. I don't know why I thought it was here.
Sorry. Hey, you gonna leave that line there? Find something?
Something good, yes. What's up, Stink?
The real fight starts here.
Make sure you touch that stone monument. You never know what might happen. But
Ooh, excuse me.
so much for that.
What?
Stay focused. We got this. This is far from over. Fight starts here.
Careless.
Seriously? Here you go.
Not looking great, huh?
Let's get him.
Oh shit.
Oh, you're okay. Oh,
You, I do.
There's a locked chest.
oh, this is far from over.
I did. I legit did.
The real fight starts here. Oh, this is far from over.
Buddy dodged the fuck out of that. Make sure I leave that alone this time. I will go fight this dude over here though.
The real fight starts here. Oh, this is far from over.
These fucking death noises are funny. Can we... Dude, can we go that way? USB. Actually, let me grab that before he notices. Last time I tried to come over here, it threw, yeah, that. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh my god.
Now's hardly the time to lose hope.
No, we're getting the fuck out of there.
Hope, this is far from over.
They had the numbers, if nothing else.
We'll buy some. Come again.
You got everything you need?
Come again.
Nice view. Show me what you can do.
The real fight starts here.
Actually, hold on. Hold that thought. What? Oh, okay. Damn, dude, I missed the bike already. Can't wait till we get to that section again.
The real fight starts here.
The poise on the doggos are low, but the trade-off is in numbers and almost sometimes by themselves. They're really good if they just keep attacking consistently.
The nectar found in this trunk can speed up your recovery.
You must be the...
Let me not. I'm not gonna make fun. I'm not gonna do that. That's fucked up. That's hella fucked up. Even if it's a video game.
Make sure to rest up. Looks like you're making good use of my blood code. As weird as that feels to say. I get the feeling you could get even more out of this stuff. Give it a try.
Hell yeah.
Oh, this is far from over.
We gotta grab anything we can use.
I'm spent. I've used too much.
What a lucky find.
Yes. Best one in the game. So far. Seen one to top it.
Oh, this is far from over.
Mm-hmm.
Real fight starts here.
Spent.
Oh, this is far from over.
I don't remember her doing that last time, I promise. Juice.
Get a hold of yourself.
Nice job fighting that.
The real fight starts here.
Coat, what's going on?
This is where the real challenge begins.
Oh, this is far from over.
Finally back. I still eat chicken if it's year. I can still eat chicken if it's years old and freezer burned right. Um, I'm not gonna tell you what to do. I'm gonna tell you that I'm gonna advise that you think twice about doing such things. However, your life is your own. You do as you please. Freezer burned and all. Too late. I'ma do it. Don't let me stop you. This boss has a destroyer sword. Jackass. I didn't notice, dude. I promise you, I didn't notice. I'd have to look next time I face him on the beach, or if I see another enemy type. Unless it's just this boss specifically.
Yeah, I'm glad to. Let's get up.
Rewatch your stream. Fair enough, dude. Fair enough. Give me a sec. Oh, goodness, dude. Ugh. Content. Yeah, I'll watch it later. I'd have to go through the clip shit, and I don't want to have to go through that right now. Give me a second, Noah. Mr. Noah. Give me a second. Ooh, good God, dude, the yawns are strong tonight. Valentin, what request was it that you needed, dude? You know what? Fuck that. Let's get these buffs. I need to open up the buffs on this island. Even though we don't have the motorcycle yet. Actually, dude, that would take forever. Let me do Valentin's request. Assist the craftsman. Yeah. Okay, so his quest is done. I just gotta go back and meet him. I guess it's on the way, dude. The only one that's really out of the way, it's all the way over here. Fuck it. How about we actually do that when we get the bike? That'll take forever. I mean, technically it wouldn't take forever. I just don't want it to take that long. That one, though, we can get. Just clicking a bunch of buttons. That one we actually can get. Because it's on the way. Through my mediocre research, I have determined it will not kill me to eat this chicken. I mean, technically, you're not wrong, dude. You're just not gonna have any flavor. If we're being really, really technical, most frozen shit will last a long, long ass time.
That looks pretty damn valuable.
That is valuable. I hella missed that last time. That's why most people, especially motherfuckers who do like the Doom Core shit, get the freezers and they just stock food in there, cause it can last. It technically can last years. Really resurgent ranch. Flavor is for the gays. Wait, that's me. I was about to say, dude. I mean, you do you. I'm not even gonna make the comment. I was just gonna make you do you. That ain't for me to say. Yes, you sip your tea. However, yes, it can last you a long ass time. Unfortunately, some shit. It depends on how you package it too. You gotta be careful. You don't package it right, then yes, it can get freezer burnt. Pre-opened shit can get freezer burnt. The better sealed it is, or the less used it is, the more flavor it'll have. However, you know how to season that bitch. You can get past that freezer burn shit.
Welcome.
You know how to season that motherfucker. You can get past that shit. I hella missed this guy last time. It's freezer burn to hell, but it's the only food I got, so it'll work. That's why I said, dude, you do you. I definitely ain't gonna judge in that department. Yeah, technically, you won't catch me judging at all. Unless you're doing some extremely questionable shit. And given my taste, that'd be a lot. However, freezer burnt food, chow down, buddy. You chow the fuck down. And do what it is that you must to survive. Insides taste almost good. Whatever you say, pal. Oh, extract boosters. I can't do that yet. Oh, the right one. Shoot. Alright, later, dude. Now, where is this, bee? Drop some hot sauce on this shit? Hey, you ain't lying, though. You actually ain't bullshitting. Especially if that motherfucker's Louisiana. Louisiana hot sauce is a seasoning of its own. Where the fuck is this thing? Maybe it's underground.
Good work.
By almost good, I still mean not. You the one that's eating it.
But
You quite literally the one that's eating it. I don't know what else to tell you.
hey, are you all right?
Uh-oh.
work.
Valentin sure warmed up to you quickly, huh? He's got more enemies than I've had broken bones. Believe me, you can use your talents. Alright, let's get you up to the former storage tower up on the hill. About time you got your reward.
I sell tools.
Tell me your bank info so I can buy something better. Yeah, give me a second. Hold on. I got you. Hold on, hold on. I'm gonna put that on screen real quick. I think the link is right here. Where it says ban Happy Goat 6. If you click that, use your invisible mod powers to click this button. That'll take you straight there. You shouldn't have any issues after that. You can buy you whatever the fuck you want. But you gotta hit that button. That's the only link to the account I have.
As you can see.
I wonder why these are $10. This doesn't make any sense. Unless you can upgrade it later. User has been banned. Fair enough, dude. Well, it's been fun, Goat.
We're done here.
Okay, storage tower, right? I should steal a chicken and keep it under the sink in my bathroom? Are we talking about like a live chicken? Or are you talking about like fried chicken? And why the fuck under your bath? Dude, there's questions. Let's have some fun. I have so many questions. Particularly, why under the bathroom sink? Storage tower. I don't know why I thought it was anywhere other than right. My bad, dude. I'm like, where the fuck is it? Oh, it's right there. The egg one? Where else would I keep it? Not under your fucking bathroom sink? What the... Why? For what reason? Oh, let me activate this. Oh, ingredients. Hold on. I love when y'all say that, because that reminds me that this is actually a thing. Let me get some roasted veggies. Let me get some mac and cheese. A boiled egg. Hey, an egg. A crepe. Suzette. Holy shit, pal. For free eggs? Hear me out. Under your bathroom sink probably isn't the best place for healthy eggs. I'm just saying.
There it is. Noah's right. glowing because of your bond with Noah. The pathos bore through time. I can use my current powers to trace its glow and take us back to Magmel Island of the past. But Lady Lavinia's stance is also a valid one. We can save Noah, or leave things the way they are. I leave the decision to you.
Fast travel. I so want to see if I could just leave this alone, what it'll do. But I don't want to put myself in a situation where I can't take the same path that I did last time. So you know what? Let's just do everything that we did last time. The second go around, we'll try something different. Even though I really don't want to. Let's follow this. In the closet? No, dude. What? Dude, you need a whole ass chicken coop. Mind you. Actually, now that I think about it, you need a whole ass fucking, at least a backyard with some kind of a semblance of a farm. Then you need a gate to keep them in.
You've decided to save Noah then. Very well.
Then you need proper feed. Then you gotta make sure these motherfuckers are warm during the wintertime, so you gotta build a coop with a heater. And if you're gonna do all that, you might as well spoil the fuck out of them. And go ahead and get them like the works. Get them some lights in there. You don't need a gate or feed, then you don't need chickens. What the how the fuck you expect to produce an egg if your goddamn they eat bugs? What the? Do they really? Do they not eat like chicken feed? Hold on. This is what Google is omniscient for. Do chickens eat chicken feed? Not feed. Chicken feed. Fuck are you talking about, goat? Oh, hold on. Never mind. Never mind. We were no. Hold on. Why are you threeping? We were both right. Oh, we were both right. All you need is a roost and an outside. Dude, if you're gonna have animals, you gotta treat them like they're you. What do you think wild chickens eat? We were both right. Chill. Chill. I'm not just spewing bullshit. I was actually like, I didn't know about the bug shit. I'm not thinking about wild ass chickens. I'm thinking about chickens, domesticated chickens. Chickens primarily eat specialized chicken feed, which is formulated to provide the necessary nutrients for different life stages such as starter, grower, layer, pellets, crumbles. They are omnivores, so they also forage for bugs, seeds, plants, and have a diet consisting of 90% feed, 10% treats. They're food animals, not petting animals. Do you not form a relationship with your food before you grub on it? Do you not? You're a crumble. You're only saying that because you're on the other side of the screen. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Do you need physical? Read it. Fucking physical proof. Read it. I wish I could get rid of this shit. I don't know how. And I try to do the little TikTok shit. It doesn't work for me. The minus AI. And I can't delete it without actually deleting internet. But that's neither here nor there. That's a hell of a digress. Anywho, read all of this, dude. This is internet fact. This is fucking internet fact. We were both right. Talking about something. If I'm a crumble, you're a kibble. Fuck out of here. Typically, I hit them in the head with a big rock before I eat them. Did you crawl out of the goddamn the caveman era? What are we on about? What happened to just walking into KFC and getting a box and leave? What the fuck? Do I gotta call Do I have to call... Wait, what's the company? Not FEMA. Not CETA. Not OSHA. Dude, what's the Food Health Organization? Oh, wait. Hold on. We don't have one anymore. Never mind. Never mind. Forget everything I said in like the last 30 seconds. You form a bond with your KFC? The FDA? Yeah, I really was going towards that, and then I remember we don't have it anymore. So never mind. Never mind. Null and void everything I just said. FDA is only for food you sell. Bless you, Chunky. You form a bond with your KFC. Do you not respect the food that you eat? How do you expect to have a healthy body, yet healthy relationship with your food if you don't respect it before you consume it? Are you not in tune with the natural laws of nature? I thought you lived in Appalachia. This should be your regular, your standard. Don't call me a goddamn crumble and then not have the decency to come up in this chat and tell me that you respect your food before you eat it. Only when I hit it in the head with a big rock. Where's the respect? What? GG goat. Fucking GG, dude. In the rock? I don't even know. I don't even know what we're talking about no more. What's inside why are we inside the rock? What's going on here? What the fuck is going on here? Other than me spewing ramblings of nothingness and entertaining goat's foolishness due to extreme sleepies. Oh, there's a boss. The respect is in the rock? You mean the actor? We're sorry. The nonsense that you are hearing is due to extreme tiredness. No respect for him. After what him and Oprah pulled with that Hawaii stunt, I agree. No, I'm all good on that. I feel you, Chunky. Even though I understand you probably, more than likely, don't know what I'm talking about. But I know it's the chance for you to know what I'm talking about is not zero. No telling what the fuck you do while I'm at work, pal. A terminal case of the droopies. No, Noah, you're not supposed to be here, dude. Just me. Just me. Get out of here. I don't even know what they did to Hawaii. Oh, you don't know? Wait, what were you talking about then? What were you talking about then? Rock is just a bad actor and reported Bitch, you made me lose my match. Hey, Kendra, I'm sorry for all the foolishness you've been hearing in the last hour, dude. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, dude. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. The Rock's just a bad actor, and a reported egomaniac. The bad actor thing I can debate you on. I can actually debate you on. As questionable as their ethics are, from anybody in Hollywood at this point. Genuinely, he's done some good acting, surprisingly good acting, given his actual background, which started in wrestling. The egomaniac shit, buddy, I'm laughing because that's not even just The Rock. That's like more than half of Hollywood. That's no bullshit. I don't know. I've seen some Rock movies. I have too. I used to like The Rock. Not only was Buddy one of my favorite wrestlers, I used to fuck with his movies. Especially his early movies. When he got his start doing like the Scorpion King and shit, I actually fucked with his movies. I thought what I was specifically talking about was back when there was those wildfires in, was it a wildfire? It was either a wildfire or some kind of storm that hit Hawaii. And so what upset me, actually what pissed me off, is Oprah and The Rock had the nerve to go on the internet and ask motherfuckers to donate money to them for them to relieve all the shit that was happening in Hawaii. What's fucked up about it is these motherfuckers have more money. These motherfuckers could lose their jobs in all of their connects today, and as long as they kept their money, them and their family will be good for the next like 15 years. That's how much fucking money they got. Especially Oprah. And they went on the internet, was asking other people to send them money, to donate money to them to help them relieve. I'm like, why didn't you just pull like 1% of your money out of your pocket and hand it to a relief? It made zero fucking sense. That's what I thought you were referring to. That's why I don't fuck with them, cause it was hella disrespectful. Donate money to us so we can get the tax write-off. Like, imagine right now. Like, actually, you don't have to imagine. Just use that fucking example. The tax write-off, the fucking, where's the lie in it, though? I won't judge him so hard, but Cena is a crazy good actor. So Doods got to step up. This is also true. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I don't believe The Rock is a bad actor. Like, that he doesn't know how to perform. But John Cena is hella good. So yes, he does have to step it up. The tax write-off comment is actually fucking wild. Oprah is a billionaire. Her family would literally be good to the end of the... That's what I'm saying. That's what I was referring to. That's why I don't fuck with them. Cause like, what do you mean you have more money than anybody, even a millionaire could imagine in their entire lifetime, and you're asking regular ass people? Not only do we have to sit here and process on a daily basis what's actually happening on the fucking planet, but you got the nerve to have more money than all of us put together, and then ask us to give you money to donate to an area that you own land on. She owns property in Hawaii, last time I checked. I do believe it was for fire. And so they were asking like everyday people. They were like, hey, can you give us money? And I'm like, buddy, something ain't right in Denmark here. That sounds like y'all trying to sell us some oceanfront property in Idaho. It ain't making it ain't making sense, pal. But, and it's not even just them. I stopped fucking with Hollywood a long time ago. And I'm glad I did before all this list horse shit came about. Cause good God, dude, I thought I am so fucking glad. There used to be a time in my life where I wanted to get into that business. No bullshit. I thought that was my calling in life. And buddy, did I dodge a fat ass moon-sized schlong by not going into that shit. I don't ever want to be involved in any of that shit. I don't ever want to come close to it. I can sell you property in West Virginia with a view of a lifestyle. That's what it felt like. Like, is this real life? And what's so crazy about Oprah too is like, girl, you got your start being a regular ass person. I can almost say the same for The Rock, because The Rock, his dad was famous. That's how he got his start. Motherfuckers already knew him. He already has footage. Oprah literally was a regular ass person. What the fuck's going on here? It was so jarring, dude. It was so fucking jarring. But anywho, that's what I thought you were referring to. Well, I gotta remember this boss's shit again. Give me a second. Damn. I can't parry his shit.
Careless.
Actually can. West Virginia has a lighthouse. I wouldn't have known until you said something. Nobody knows why either. Apparently to direct all of the ships in. The ghost ships. Yeah, dude. I'm glad. Hey, you know what's crazy too? I just knew that was what the fuck I wanted to do, dude. I went out there, everything. I just felt like at the end of the day, I just felt it wasn't fucking worth it. There was a various amount of reasons.
This is far from over.
But the main one, the main reason was learning that the shit that I learned on YouTube is what they were learning in like the first year. That, and then learning that I wouldn't be guaranteed a job going out of school. And then the fact that I swore up and down I was, which I was. I was in love and I didn't want to be away from my ex at the time. My high school, not high school, excuse me, good God. I didn't even know before that. My college girlfriend. So there was a whole bunch of factors that played into that, but at the end of the day, after all this shit that I'm finding out about Hollywood now, I'm glad to fuck that I never got involved with any of that. I genuinely mean that. Matter of fact, I was so ignorant to all that bullshit, I didn't even know half the shit that was going on in there. And then a motherfucker read goddamn Jeanette McCurdy's book about all the shit that was happening with her and child stars in Nickelodeon. Hell no, pal. Damn. God. Hold on, Goat. Give me a second. Alright. Mosquito farming is a much more responsible art. What the fuck? Nickelodeon. I'm assuming you talk about Nickelodeon. Pedo Capital Entertainment. That became clear, buddy. When I used to have Audible. When I had Audible, I was... I got into it for Sandman. And while waiting in between books, I was finding shit to read. And I was like, oh, I'll listen to Jeanette McCurdy shiz. Because I used to watch iCarly and all that stuff. Sam and Cat, all that shit. Buddy, I don't want to say I left... No. How can I say it? I left with a scarred image of a like children's TV company that I used to watch growing up. Like it was changed, and most of the stories and the shows were written by the dude who was being exposed. Her book don't even get into half of it. Oh, I know, but it was enough for me to be like, yeah, fuck all that. Responsible and respectable art. Mosquito farming. Yeah, because that's my job, right? But yes, her book don't get into half of it. It tells her experience, which was already jarring enough because of what she had to deal with, not only with her family, but the people who were basically responsible for like watching over them as like, what do you want to say it? Workers of the entertainment force, for lack of a better fucking term.
Forgive me.
You should hear about the guy who made Rent and Stimp. I don't need to hear about the guy. All I got to do is refer you to the fucking the episode where they're sawing some wood. I don't even need to say anything else. I don't need to say anything else. Even without you watching that, you can immediately get a picture in your head of what the fuck that show's about. And what's even crazier is that they allowed that on regular ass kids TV. Not like before there was no Adult Swim, there was no nighttime TV. No, that was on regular kids shit. That's why I will always give praise to shows like SpongeBob, that they still like play with the idea of doing shit like that, but it is way more it's tasteful and implied, instead of it actually being like full on like, hey, we're making reference to some questionable shit that your children probably shouldn't know about. That's right, that is a thing. Fair enough. Damn. Fair.
Is this the end?
He dated multiple. Good God. And one in internship there from a thing he did. Yeah. I can't, dude. I can't. Somebody quite literally could offer me the deal of a lifetime to like make my own shit, do whatever the fuck, big buck. I can't. After everything that has come to light as to what the fuck's been happening there, not only just with one specific incident, but an incident that is connected to almost everything that has been done or written down in that one industry, you'll never have me catch interest in that shit again. That shit is actually, most of this shit I grew up watching. Most of these motherfuckers I grew up idolizing, listening to, supporting, and to know half them been on some like more than questionable shit, buddy. I don't want to fuck with it. I can't. Shout out Nickelodeon is fucked up. Yeah, it is fucked up. Shout out Cartoon Network. Hella shout out Cartoon Network. They actually were a company for like 4 fucking kids. Mr. Chong. Jeez, dude, come on. Thanks, no. Never mind.
The end.
Absolutely zero pedo allegations. Someone, the only one of three. I don't understand that last comment. But yeah, Cartoon Network is one of the only like Cartoon Network is one of the only cartoon stations outside of like outside of maybe PBS. I haven't heard anything about PBS. But for me growing up, there was what? We had like 4Kids, we had WB, which both of those are self-explanatory. PBS Kids, and not the company, not the children's shows, but the companies themselves. PBS Kids. I haven't heard anything from there, but I honestly wouldn't be surprised. And what else we had? Disney. Once again, as much questionable shit as Nickelodeon, and then of course Nickelodeon, and then Cartoon Network. Somehow the only one of three. Oh, okay, I get what you're saying now. Yeah, I'm not gonna question this shit either. Because Cartoon Network was goated. That was in my opinion, out of Disney, Nick, and Cartoon Network was the best kids show channel, in my opinion. Hands down.
Stay focused.
Oh. You know what? I could use a partner to have this go faster. To get us back to where we're going. I'm sitting here trying to be trying to be Billy Badass when I really don't have to. Just so we can get to where we're going quicker. I think the destroy dude went to jail for something though. I don't even know what that is. Is that Cartoon Network? I've never even heard it. That must be hella recent. Your boy is with the old school Cartoon Network. Matter of fact, I think I could say, when did Cartoon Network start, dude? Hold on. Why they doing this cutscene? Cartoon Network. What's y'all's wiki? Wikipedia. Damn. Fair enough, dude.
Join you.
Never mind, I looked it up. Different guy, same name. Yeah, I've never even heard of that. Destroy, Build, Destroy was from when Cartoon Network was doing live action for some reason. That was after after my time with Cartoon Network. Way after my time with Cartoon Network. After? Yeah, after, dude. How dare there be an after? Dude, I stopped. Hey, I still am childlike, and I indulge in my childlike interest. However, there has come a time when I stopped watching cartoons, dude. Whether it be because I stopped watching cable or I just lost interest. It happens. Or it can happen. It doesn't always happen. Jeez, dude. Come on. Thank you, Noah. Jeez, man. Almost there. How dare there be an after? Cartoon Network is forever. No. Watch Infinity Train, then get back to me. I did. Is that the show where they're doing like a podcast? But it's a cartoon? Also, Cartoon Network, the network is forever. The shows that are on it are not. Once they went from Teen Titans to Teen Titans Go, I knew I was growing out of Cartoon Network. No. Then I'm not sure what Infinity Train is. The fuck you talking about? The fuck you talking about? What are you talking about? Fuck out of here. What are we talking about? Gonna ask me if I know what it is. Did I tell you the wrong shit? You be like, the fuck? The fuck? The fuck? I'm trying to think of what era I stopped watching Cartoon Network, dude. Actually, I'm being real. I think it was when I found out like Teen Titans Go was the standard of Teen Titans. And I know a lot of people really like that show. It's not for me. Matter of fact, that's not even the shit on that show at all. That's when I realized, like, yo, this is a different era of cartoons and entertainment for children that no longer is for me. There's nothing here for me. Infinity Train is about an infinite train that kidnaps troubled people and forces them to do self-improvement under penalty of death. I have never heard of it, dude. Once again, that's way after my time with Cartoon Network. It's so good. Is it on Netflix? Or only Cartoon Network? Whoa. Come on. Good shit. It's only available through piracy? WB sold it to the government? Although I think it's available on Amazon outside the US. What? Why'd they do that? Is this facts or is this goat canon?
We might not have always seen eye to eye, But me and Valentin...
We managed to fend off the attack. Ready to return to the present? The choice is...
Because they wanted money and hate art. Hey, it's WB, so the biggest sour spot WB has in my gushy void-like heart is Mortal Kombat. They quite literally single-handedly ruined that series. They used to be one of my favorite series growing up, and I will never ever touch that game again. They fucked that whole thing to hell. I want to be mad at Ed Boon for selling them that shit, but there's only a slight part of me that believes he only did it because he didn't think that they would fuck it like the way that they're doing. They didn't just do it to a bunch of shows. They did it to like shows and games alike. Shows, games, movies. Once again, another company that used to drop heat as far as shit that I indulged in growing up. Animated Batman series, anything involving any of the Justice League, Batman Beyond, any of that shit. Praise Netflix. May they be slightly better. Netflix ain't getting praised for shit. Not with them damn prices. Fuck that. It's either praise from this point moving forward. It's either praise Tubi, praise the librarians, or Yar Matey. They sold a bunch of shows to the government. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. Netflix bought WB though. Netflix gets no pass, dude. They don't. They don't. They get us about as much of an excuse as the people who claim that the economy needs a $70 game tag. Regardless of whether you think the game deserves it or not. But Netflix, no, they actually need to chill. They actually need to chill. Before you know it, your goddamn Netflix bill is gonna be a new. It's basically gonna be a next utility bill. Sitting up there at $100-something right next to your goddamn your gas or your electric shit. At least for a single bedroom home. Nintendo out here selling games for $80. Nintendo on some wild shit, dude. Everybody's on some wild shit, but these are the big players. Nintendo is actually on some wild shit. Not only am I still surprised that where are we going? Let me put a pin. Not only am I still surprised Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to. Now I know. Where's my shit? I'm glad it's right there. Not only did they price Mario Kart at $80, that game actually won Best Sports Racer of the fucking year. I still don't believe it. I don't care what anyone says. All of that aside, though, they tripping. But the thing about all of these companies is we as consumers are halfway responsible for that shit. There's no like 40-60 split, 30-70, none of that shit. Mario Kart $80 and half the rosters are reused background assets with animations that don't even interact with the vehicle. That's why I said I don't believe they won over Sonic. I genuinely don't. If there are what do you call it? If there are warehouses in unmarked locations just filled with a bunch of phones using bot accounts to like boost somebody's likes and views on a fucking channel, I don't doubt that there are motherfuckers that do that shit for Nintendo. Wholeheartedly, dude. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. But yeah, we as consumers, we're halfway responsible for that shit, dude. They only price this shit at the way that they price it. Are these motherfuckers actually talking over there? I didn't think they had the ability to do that. Or they just grunting at each other. They look like they was talking. If we didn't buy this shit as a fucking community or a whole or whatever the fuck, they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it. These companies, they exist financially the way that like infants do. They're only gonna do what the fuck you let them do. Whatever the fuck you let them get away with, that's what the fuck they're gonna do. Netflix is pricing this shit too high. WB, Nintendo, all of these companies, they're doing it because quite literally we buy into this shit. As fun as this game is, I contribute to that shit. This game out the box was $70, but I really wanted to play it. I am glad I bought it. However, I contribute to this shit. It ain't us. The entire economy is artificial. Buddy, it's all of us. We participate in the artificiality. We and the thing is, we talk about entertainment. It ain't even just entertainment. It is anything that has to do with the currency or the flow of money in general. It's the way it is because not enough motherfuckers are protesting as much as they would like you to believe. It's not enough to convince these motherfuckers that they shouldn't charge us close to double the amount of what it actually needs to be charged. The economy is fucked is because the people, we keep buying into the shit, dude. There's no other way around that. We participate in it. And the crazy part is the shit's supposed to be set up for us as the consumer or as the quote-unquote people. Nobody takes advantage of that shit, dude. We see the hot new shit and motherfuckers are ready to spend $1. Now, granted, I'll spend $1 on some shit I do believe is worth it. However, that in itself is part of the problem. They can get away with doing shit like that. But it's because we let them. They sell 1-2 Switch for $60. Ain't nothing gonna stop them. I'm pretty sure everybody preferred for them to sell a Switch at $60. That ain't gonna happen though. Even then, that would be kind of too low. They realize they only need whales. They don't need the poors. No, they do. That's where all of their market is coming from. Everything is exclusively interested in whales these days. Are you talking about like metaphorical whales that deal in like huge money? 1-2 Switch is a shitty Switch game. Oh, I thought you was talking about the console. No, dude, they need the middle class and the poor class even more than they do the higher class. I guarantee I don't have the numbers physically in my face. I cannot see them at this current moment. But I guarantee you, if you look up who is the most of the consumer base for all of this shit that's being purchased, it is the middle class and the poor class, the lower class. They absolutely don't. They absolutely do. There's no way. There's no debate about if the middle class and the lower class stopped buying all of this shit today, that the economy wouldn't crash within the next 12 fucking hours. There's no way, pal. If they didn't need us, I'm gonna put it to you like this: if they didn't need us, they would not feel a need to not only like have us consume their data in a way to where they have to ask our permission to advertise specific shit for us, but they wouldn't need to advertise to us at all. Like we wouldn't even see that shit. Triple the price and it'll make the same profits. It's the leading economic theory now. Pal, I believe I learned this either in school. Don't quote me on where I learned it at. I either learned this shit in school or I learned it like looking up information about like how finances work. If you pay attention to commercials nowadays and you look at certain demographics within certain areas and certain target audiences, we only get shown or advertised certain shit based on what that fucking company believes your fucking profit margin is. You feel what I'm saying? Essentially what I'm saying is 9 times out of 10, you're not gonna on a regular see a Louis Vuitton commercial advertised to you unless whoever the fuck is putting that shit in your face knows that's within your range to get. They're not doing it. And if they are, they figure, hey, this is an economy that spends their money really shitty. And we know we can get them to buy a Lambo out the box and spend an asshole amount of years trying to pay that shit off. That's the only fucking way. The shit that we get targeted or to advertise to, they need us to look into that shit. They need us to fucking buy into that shit. If the middle class and the lower class stopped and they didn't need us, the whole fucking shit is kaputs. If it were just the rich buying shit, well, that's what I'm trying to say essentially. If it were just the rich people buying shit, half of the commercial, we wouldn't even be seeing half the fucking advertisements we seeing for. We wouldn't have half the subscription services, half the fucking like we wouldn't even see half of the fucking increase in price. Well, we would see dramatic increase in price, but it would be more than just like a couple of bucks or like a $10 jump. That shit would be dramatic as fuck. Because there will only be one class that's buying that shit up. They need us as much as we need them. And the thing they got us convinced is that we need them more than they need us. Our money is what drives them, dude. If they didn't have it, we wouldn't even hear it. They'd be living a whole nother goddamn life. It'd be like they'd be on a whole nother fucking planet living their own shit. It's fucked. I'll agree with you on that. But to say that they don't need us, that's poppycock. That I don't like. Matter of fact, I know that ain't true. Based off what I know about finances and like economic wealth. What's the other pen I got? Oh, I was like, what the fuck is this pen? Take this shit off. There we go. Just, dude, that's why I said this to, I don't remember who I was talking to before in the chat. But I said this before. No, it wasn't in the chat. I said this to somebody in like a Discord chat or some shit like that. That's why these companies spend so much time. I'm gonna fight this guy again. That's why they spend so much time trying to like get you to do like the targeted advertising and shit like that. If they needed poor people, Lambos wouldn't exist. But how many times out of a year? I want you to be legitimately honest, without trolling. How many times in a year do you see a Lambo commercial? Cause buddy, I'm gonna let you know, within the last 4 fucking years, matter of fact, within the last 10 years, I don't even think I've seen a goddamn Lamborghini commercial. Maybe once in my entire life in the last 10 years. Or not my entire life, but within the last 10 years of seeing a Lambo commercial, an actual Prada bag, some kind of high-end fucking expensive shit. They don't need us to buy that shit. They don't. Like, quite literally, we're not seeing that shit. That's not for us. Yeah, because you ate a whale. So that's what I'm saying. Like, the profit margin shit, like, it's not black and white. They're not, it's not like, oh, if everybody isn't buying a Lambo, then the economy's doing bad. No, it's specifically targeted But to say that they, and as in they, we're talking about the big CEOs and the big wigs with the big bucks. They need us as, like, how can I put this, dude? Lambos are being bought, but Lambos aren't a necessity. You feel what I'm saying? Can't afford it. Sucks to suck. They make more money this way. I don't think I understand that sentence. Can't afford it. Sucks to sucks. They make more money this way. Dude, I guarantee. When you think about the richest motherfuckers in the world, they only make up a certain percent of life. They don't make up that much. If quite literally, if you look at any CEO or billionaires or whoever the fuck is running a company, you take away the middle class and the lower class, you're losing a shit ton of money, dude. You're losing a fuck ton of money. Think of it this way, dude. When Shao, what is his name? The CEO or the former CEO of American TikTok, Buddy was getting ready at the time before he sold it off to lose all of America as a fucking profit margin for their goddamn app. To say that they didn't need America, well, technically they don't. I guess that's a bad thing. They don't need the poor people, so they keep raising the prices because the rich will always pay. What you're not comprehending is that the rich are only a small portion, dude. The rich, and even the proverbial they are only a small portion. They're not the bulk of what's buying up, because 9 times out of 10, if they do got money like that, yes, they are buying the expensive shit, but that's not the main bulk of the shit that's being bought by the middle class and the lower class. We're buying necessities, we're buying shit within our reach, and if we do buy luxuries, it's like within our budget. Yeah, a small portion with the vast majority of the money. They have money because they're not spending it like that. And that's the truth, dude. That's the plain fucking truth. They got money like that because they're not spending it casually like we are. We think they are because of the lavish shit that they got on, but 9 times out of 10, they're not spending their money like we are. They absolutely are. They absolutely are. I promise you, if they were, they wouldn't be as they wouldn't have the money that they have. We're now thinking about the nuances of finance, dude. We're now thinking about rankings and hierarchies in finance. They're spending money, but they're not spending it in the same way that we are. If they were, we would all be in the same category of a tax bracket. That's not true. I know that's not true. I ain't gotta look shit up for that. That's literally how the world works, especially in commerce and capitalism. It's literally impossible for a billionaire to spend enough money to offset the money that they make. But once again, this is where it goes into the nuance, because we're not even configuring how they got their money, what family they landed into to get them all that. There's all kinds of shit. And even then, that's still a small fucking portion of the world itself. That's still a small portion of the world. Bezos' ex-wife literally tried. She's still a billionaire, despite trying not to be for years. How can I fucking say this? You would need, for it to make an actual difference in life, compared to 1% of billionaires not spending money, to an entire economy of middle and lower class just stop spending shit. There's going to be a vast ass difference. And it is because of the fucking life that they live. There's no way around that. I can't even comprehend the way a motherfucking billionaire is spending their goddamn money. Like that. That's not even comprehensible to me. Bitch, 1 week goes off and I'm worrying about how the fuck I'm living for the next month. There's so much nuance within this conversation. I should have goddamn healed. I should have motherfucking healed. I'm glad I got my shit. I need to be careful while I'm sitting here fucking around with this guy. Matter of fact, hold on, let me go back. Let me rest. can get back up here, right? Please. Yes. 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 Come on. You can't do the Skyrim mountain jump? Come on. Yeah, you can. Get up there. Get up there. Yeah, dude. I'm not disagreeing with you, dude. I am saying you are severely underestimating the amount of effort, the amount of time, money, and effort that goes into actually advertising or getting the middle class and the lower class to spend their money compared to the billionaire class. And this is why I brought up the commercial shit, because the shit that they're spending money on isn't shit that we're spending money on. They're spending their money. You're like focusing on the luxury shit, and that's not shit that the everyday person, the everyday person isn't going out looking for cruise ships, buying fucking Lambos, like renting out entire hotels just to have a fucking party. That's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. Otherwise, we'd be living in a whole different planet. They'll raise prices forever because the wealthy will always be able to play. They want to make everything a luxury. They don't want to make everything a luxury. That's not how like finances work. They don't want to make everything a luxury. I could take that example and say, like, if they wanted to make everything a luxury, that's like saying, how can I put this, dude? That's like saying, like, they want to make, can I go down here? I can. Please don't death scream. Okay. That's like saying they want to make a motherfucking cure for everything. Which they don't. Once you make a cure for some shit, then there's no need to treat it. Meaning there's no need to make medicine for it. There's no need to market the shit. There's no need to put out plans in a revolving door of finance to go into to treating it versus actually curing the shit. They absolutely do, because they'll continue to make money off of it. They don't, dude. They don't want everything to be a luxury. That's thinking about it from the standpoint of somebody who's like, we're not in that business to understand what it is they actually do and don't want when it comes to finance. If everything were to be a dude, look at how fast everything turned around within the last fucking year from how it used to be almost 10 years ago. If they really wanted everything to be a luxury, it'd be a luxury already. Quite literally, milk would be as expensive as a Prada bag. That's real shit. But they know that's not sustainable. Can rich people buy it? Yes. Sustainable. Meaning, can it continue to cycle money in and out regardless of the income of other people? Profits, that's all they want. Yes, but you're missing the point, dude. The profits still come from the middle and the lower class. We're not doing this shit by ourselves, and they're not doing this shit by ourselves. We all have involvement in it. There's no escaping that, dude. There's too much like nuance and bullshit in this life to sit here and think that we don't have any kind of involvement in this shit. Or that they don't need the lower classes or the middle classes to buy shit in general. Not just expensive shit. Expensive shit is not sustainable. You can make it, you can produce it, but especially where it comes comes from motherfuckers who make this shit, the materials to make all that stuff is expensive in its own self. How many lower class people buying houses? But houses aren't the only thing that's on the market, dude. That's what I'm saying. It's not just houses that people are buying. People are also buying trailers. They're buying condos. They're buying complexes. They're renting apartments. These people that have control of the houses also own these properties too. They're not just one-dimensional. That's what I'm saying. Like you're thinking that luxury is the only form of like input output when it comes to currency. That's not the case at all. There are people out there that own multiple forms of like income when it comes to business. And that's just the way it goes. That's the company, the society that we live in. They built it that way. Name one company who has ever thought long term. Pal, you were thinking very short sighted about this shit. Most surviving companies now have thought the long term. Most surviving fucking companies out there now have thought long term. And guess who they all cater to, dude? The middle to lower class. Goddamn health insurance companies, motherfucking Walmarts, your grocery stores, your pharmacies. I just named like 3. Any fucking business out there. Car businesses, dental businesses, take your fucking pick, dude. It's not as, I wish it were as simple as to say that they don't fucking need us, dude. We can go create our own goddamn planet of motherfuckers that support motherfuckers. That's not the way they work. They can harbor assets to more than just luxury shit. Pharmacy, my favorite branding. I don't even know what the fuck you mean by that. Where are we going? Most companies you run by today are owned by a motherfucker with a shit ton of money that has not only stock but investment in more than just luxury shit. The pharmacy that you probably use in the grocery shop, hell, even the Walmart that you probably walk into is probably owned or is invested in by somebody with money, and they understand most of their fucking business comes from the lower and middle class. Who was that motherfucker that came on goddamn? I seen a clip of him on TikTok that was sitting there and was like, Walmart notoriously destroys local business just to bleed a community dry and abandon it. You just proved my point. That's not long-term thinking. That in itself isn't, but if they weren't thinking long-term, Walmart wouldn't be surviving for 50 plus years. In the community that was in the system that was made for us to survive that damn long. Who was that motherfucker that was like, was it Campbell's chicken noodle soup? It was either some soup or some canned good. Where the CEO, he was like, I'm not eating that shit because the poor people eat it. So this motherfucker understands that two things. Not only is his shit bullshit, but he understands that his profit margin is the lower to poor class. Motherfucker came on, or somebody recorded him or found him on a recording saying he wouldn't eat the same food as the people that buys his shit. He understands what his target audience is. Not audience. His target demographic is. He knows motherfuckers who are buying like steak dinners more than 3 times a week aren't the ones that 9 times out of 10 aren't the ones that are buying like the Campbell's goods. I think that's who it was. I think it was the Campbell's chicken noodle soup guy. It was like he didn't want to eat the same shit as the people who bought his shit because he knows it was poor quality. They're gonna run out of community at some point. They don't think so. And once again, this is why we have involvement in it, because we ain't giving them a reason to fucking think so. Are you kidding me? This motherfucker came out on live TV. Not live TV. I don't know where it was, but a fucking recording talking about he's not eating the same shit that he sells to his customers because he knows it's bad. We all heard that. And I guarantee you the same motherfuckers that heard that is still the same motherfuckers that's buying the same shit. As good, I'm gonna even give you this, dude. As good as this game is, this game is a high jump. Matter of fact, I'll fucking float all the way up to heaven compared to what the fuck the first game was. And it's $70. I hate the fact that a price tag of $70 exists for a video game. And yet I bought it. Whether I make an excuse as to, oh, it was good or blah, blah, yada, yada, I still bought into the shit. There's no reason for a game to be $70. But because of people like me, they can keep raising the fucking prices. They only run out of community when the community stops, like, wakes up and realizes shit and then stop buying shit. Until then, yes, we will continue seeing the same shit. They don't give a fuck because we don't give a fuck. Why would they? These goddamn these internet services and subscription services, they know motherfuckers don't fuck with the fucking prices, the price increases that they doing, the stipulations that they doing for all of this shit, all of this shit, blah blah yada yada. We still, after knowing that they keep fucking us all the time, go in to buy the same, use the same goddamn subscription service, even after being told there are free alternatives readily available at any time. It's not just the rich people that's buying this shit. As a matter of fact, they probably ain't buying this shit. These motherfuckers, like, they either got their own private showings, they're going to the theaters themselves, they're buying out theaters, they're not doing the same shit as us. Which is why I said they're not even in the same category as people that these motherfuckers are advertising to. These, like, motherfuckers understand business. And it's because they understand business we keep getting fucked over. And it's not, I don't even think it's that the lower or middle class don't understand business. It's just we don't give a fuck enough for them to change their goddamn mind. If more than half of Netflix's user base all stop, cancel their goddamn subscription service, more than fucking half, that's a big chunk of money to lose, and especially for investors and shareholders. And they all decided to stop buying that shit. Buddy, they're gonna. Matter of fact, dude, you're proving my point even more. I believe, what was it? Hulu or Disney did this shit? Was it Hulu or Disney? Something about Hulu or Disney Plus, where customers found out they were doing something. I think customers found out that they were involved or were using their money to support what the fuck was going on overseas, all that bullshit that's going on over there, right? In fuck with Israel and Palestine, and motherfuckers stopped using their service. Buddy, not only did they prevent, a dungeon, I could use that. Not only did they try to prevent motherfuckers from canceling their subscription service, they was giving them discounts, they was lowering the prices. They fucking understand, but the shit don't last long enough because we cave as soon as they say, oh, here's a discount. Just like that motherfucking cartoon thing. Ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy. As soon as the goddamn discount come about, they'll run out of community where everybody is dead. You cannot buy stuff. You need stuff to live. Dude, this is what I'm saying. This is what you got to study. You got to, both are owned by the same company. Buddy, you got to get into studying the business. They understand people need stuff to live. This is why they have business. This is why they have business. Where am I? I skipped this. I promise you, if they were complete bumbling imbeciles at what they were doing, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. Matter of fact, I guarantee you, me and you would probably be finding out some easy ass way, as easy as it is to sail the high seas and grab a goddamn movie that ain't even out yet or ain't supposed to be out in a certain region. It would be easy to fuck these motherfuckers over out of their money if they were that dumb and did not understand that people need stuff to live. They know this all too well. Even the chonk agrees. The fuck? They get it, dude. They don't care because the money speaks louder. If the money stopped talking to them, buddy, they would change the tune of the fucking song they're singing. They would treat this shit like we treat the fucking, or at least content creators treat the goddamn algorithm. The algorithm of a lot of motherfuckers that actually like are pushing to live that dream give a fuck about the algorithm in a way that they treat it like currency. I think, Holy shit. I missed all of this. They stupid as fuck, and you know it. The system's built for them to always win. Lacking empathy and lacking intelligence in this certain business doesn't make them stupid. That's what I'm saying. You gotta stop thinking about this shit in a one-dimensional way. Like, I get it. I don't like them as much as you don't, but that doesn't mean that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. We can sit here and call Musk. We can call Musk all the fucking names that we want. We can call Bezos all the fucking names that we want. But they are competent enough to not only have as much money as they have, but have as much money as they have and keep it. How many? There's matter of fact, you ain't gotta answer this question. I'm not even gonna form it as a question. There's motherfuckers out there right now. If they were handed $1 billion, will blow that shit in the next fucking day. There's motherfuckers that go on TV and win a shit ton of money or win a car. They either sell that car or they spend that money at a fucking casino thinking they can get more. It's impossible to lose $1 billion. It's impossible. Impossible is not a fucking word in my vocabulary, dude. You gotta, if you want to understand how the fuck these motherfuckers working, you gotta stop thinking about that shit in a one-dimensional way. They know what the fuck they doing. They know what the fuck they're doing. But the problem is not enough motherfuckers are caring enough. Or give a fuck enough. These motherfuckers are competent enough to not only have that much amount of money, but also keep it and have it accrue and cycle in the way that it does. I'm going to save this dungeon for later. I feel like it's going to be important. Actually, yeah, let me do that. Let me get to where I'm going. You'd literally have to buy Star Wars? What do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean by that. And then we talk about Bezos and Musk. Dude, Musk specifically, Tesla is only one business that he owns. We thinking about, once again, luxury cars for motherfuckers that have the payout to buy that shit. He also owns X, which was formerly Twitter. Think about all the motherfuckers that use X or quote-unquote Twitter. It's regular-ass, degular motherfuckers like you and me. That is who is giving him his cash flow. Hell, we giving this motherfucker... That motherfucker so rich, we giving him money by talking about him. Except that wouldn't work either, because you'll be making a ton of money instantaneously off the products already in production when you bought it. But you still need the smarts to be able to keep that shit, though. You're not just gonna hand a motherfucker that much money and they're instantly gonna know what to do. Also, what steps to take and what demographics to keep to be able to use that shit. Twitter loses in a ton of money. It's never been profitable. If it wasn't profitable, it wouldn't be a website. That shit still costs money. I was supposed to be going over here, dude. It was supposed to be. Oh, I already got that. No, I didn't get this, though. I got this. I need to grab this. Let me grab this, and then we'll go teleport wherever the fuck. Yeah, it operates at a loss. Not as much of a loss as you're thinking, dude. If it was that much of a loss, he's smart enough to get rid of that shit. Somebody go... Oh, that motherfucker was over there doing something. It's how big businesses work. It's sustainable by loans. That much is a fact. But our original talking point was whether or not the middle or lower class... Oh, it's underground. The middle or lower class is... goddamn... is needed or not to keep the economy rolling. And what I'm trying to get you to understand, it most definitely is. Without it, the entire economy would crash. God damn, dude. They can't live off of, or not even they, because they probably could. Most of these if we talking about actual billionaires, they could live until the end of their days off of the money that they have, if they're smart about it. No, it's a massive loss. Also, he's not. It doesn't matter because he's always built out. You said a lot of things to a bunch of stuff I said a minute ago. You might have to like reframe so I know what we talking about. That's underground, so I'm not gonna get that. Where are we going? Let's go back to quest. Return to the present. Head to Magmel. Fast travel. Dude, the economy needs rich people as the only tax bracket buying shit the way that humans need sweets as sustenance. How else can I say that? People can't, like, the economy can't survive on rich people buying shit the way people can't survive off of just junk food. And there's a lot that goes into it. It's not just like, oh, well, not everybody's gonna be buying Lambos, or there's a lot of rich people buying a lot of stuff. That's like, we're thinking about it in an extreme way. There's so much more that goes into it than just people. This type of people is buying shit. We gotta go to the present, so that means I need to go upstairs. But let me change my costume first. Oh, and I need to talk to Lou in the Confluence. I ain't been there in a minute. Mr. Choke. Yeah, dude. World finance is a fucked and complicated subject. I don't want to say complicated subject. A deep, what do you call it? A layered subject. It's not as simple as just like ones and twos, or oh, if they aren't buying, then they don't need this group. Tesla, SpaceX, Twitter all operate on losses and are giving government bailouts. Musk is rich because of stock options. The stock prices increase even though the companies do not operate a profit, because everyone knows they will never fail because of the government bailouts. But Musk, once again, Musk is only one billionaire or one CEO. That doesn't even cater. He other than Twitter, he doesn't cater to the normal everyday people. You still have to think about the cycle of life, dude. And I'm not even just talking about like some Lion King horse shit. I'm talking about like the things that keep like everything flowing. Think about whoever the fuck it is. YouTube operates under the same dynamic, but we're not talking about YouTube. We're talking about whether or not the middle or the lower class are needed in the economic cog to be able to uphold shit for it to keep going. You're saying that they don't need middle or lower class, which isn't true, because if you think about the most extreme example of a quote unquote rich person, they don't have a regular ass job, they're not living a life that we live, bills are nothing to them, they can fix anything at any time. The most important thing in there is the fact that they don't work a regular job, so they're not cycling money within the system that the way that everybody else is cycling money. You still need you quite literally still need motherfuckers to turn the lights on. You still need motherfuckers to buy from factories that the CEOs own, not just car factories, not just shit like X, not Twitter, not Tesla, fucking bakery mills. You goddamn need the places that make the car parts. There's so much that goes into that. And all of these people that work for these companies, these CEOs, are middle to lower class. If these middle to lower class people stop just buying shit, they stop circling the money, the profit stops. Because if these motherfuckers stop working, they stop showing up, everybody, like, nobody's on the street doing any shit, and we expect to leave it onto the rich people. We already just established that these rich people are not only, they're not working jobs, but they're not cycling money the way everybody else is. Who the fuck's gonna keep up with the lights? Who's gonna keep up with the sewage? Who's gonna keep up with the operations of regular everyday shit? If they didn't need the middle class, there wouldn't be shit set up. There wouldn't be jobs and factories bought up for these motherfuckers to work. We right now in this time, and we were talking about, are the most extreme examples of this shit. Musk, Bezos, Tesla, all of this shit. These are profitable margins. A lot of them lose money for a good amount of reasons. However, these are profitable margins, but these are extreme cases because these people, these CEOs have companies or a subset of companies that cater to a certain specific type. They're not catering to the world as a whole. The world as a whole is motherfuckers that are working regular ass jobs, that are working at grocery stores, that are pumping the gas, that are fueling the gas, that are doing all this other shit that keeps life flowing. If these motherfuckers that keeps life flowing stops, and they stop purchasing shit, they stop working for these companies, the economy falls because it was on the backs of the motherfuckers who was buying the shit. The only poor thing people are needed for is production. You need poor people to have money to keep people working. That is, unless you force them to work, which is why we're building all these camps. America already had the largest prison system in the world for a reason. But you just proved my point then of what the fuck I was saying. They are needed within the system, in the economy. Even the prison systems, dude, are owned by the fucking CEOs. What are we talking about here? They are still needed. And for you to be able to say that they're not needed, that includes all of that. That includes the prison systems. That includes the camps that are being built. That includes the motherfuckers that work for the rogue ass police agents. Hello? All of these motherfuckers are figured into that shit. Hell, even them. Most of them motherfuckers ain't even got money like Bezos. They just regular ass dudes. All of that shit is figured into. That's what makes up life. It's not some extreme example. An underclass is needed for production and not purchasing. You're bullshitting yourself, dude. You're bullshitting yourself. Go play a game like go play something like Roller Coaster Tycoon or some kind of like Tycoon-esque game, and only make your shit for like as expensive as you can for the motherfuckers that carry the big bucks, and watch how fast your goddamn whatever the fuck you got going on, your factory, your park, whatever the fuck falls. It is literally an imitation of how business works in life. We aren't living in the fucking 40s and 50s, dude. All of that was goddamn figured into. And hell, even when motherfuckers was making the goddamn schooling system just to put motherfuckers in the factories, they still understand we need to buy shit to keep it circling. That is the whole purpose of capitalism. Roller Coaster Tycoon is not based on our actual economic system. No, because it's specific to a fucking park, and it was made, over 15 years ago. However, it still runs business the same way business runs. If we're taking shit in the A to B extreme example that you're given, the 50s had a completely different economic system that you're basing the shit off of. You're saying that people only need to the lower class are only used to produce it. Even back then, that wasn't the fucking case. Even back then, that wasn't the fucking case. Matter of fact, you ain't even think about the 50s. You thinking about slaves, dude. You're thinking about fucking slaves. If you want to talk about people that were specific, only used for production and weren't involved in the economy as a whole, you're thinking about slaves. Like pre-fucking segregation liberation movement, dude. The 50s had liberalism, and it also had literally I just fucking said it. Fucking segregation, dude. You had a whole group of people that weren't even configured into that. You want a proper example of what you're talking about? Look no further than slavery. These motherfuckers weren't actually allowed to participate in the economy. They weren't even configured as humans. That's what you're fucking figured about today's economy, buddy. Everybody's buck is needed. If it wasn't, they wouldn't spend so time trying to advertise to you that it, or convince you that it is, whether it be for a goddamn medicine or the newest fucking premium fuel that can go in your goddamn hatchback and make it run like it did when it first left the lot. We're talking about some kind of like fatalist ass time reverse Mandela effect of a dream here for the capitalist system. What the fuck? This conversation is so like it's not simple. Slaves were the economy. Free labor is incredibly powerful. We're talking about whether or not were they needed for the economy back then. They weren't. If you're talking about you were stating that the lower and the middle class was only needed for production and nothing more. That's the way that slaves were made. They were literally used as tools. And while we can argue of whether or not that's the case for most jobs today, that like the fact of the matter is they don't just need us for just production. If we stop working and stop buying, the system falls on itself. Because the rich people that you're talking about that's doing all the buying, none of these motherfuckers are going to go take up the regular jobs. I guarantee you they would do everything they can to secure their goddamn buck and their lifestyle before they ever think about going back to the way shit was. They were needed. They just weren't needed for purchasing, which that's what I said. I agree with you. We're talking about today's economy. Today's economy, we're not slaves. We're getting paid for our labor. And regardless of what we say about it, nobody is forcing us to work. What's even more important than us going to work is us spending our money for these companies to continue cycling in the money that's being cycled. You're not convincing me otherwise, Go. I done too much research on this shit. No, ma'am. That's not how the fucking life works. Matter of fact, I'm glad life doesn't work like that. We'd be in a fuck dystopia. We'd be living in cyberpunk. If that's the way fucking shit was. Today's economy is moving towards classical liberalism structure. What the fuck does that even mean? You gotta define that for me, pal. And also, defend your case about the middle and lower class not needing to be included in purchasing shit. I thought you did I did do my research. I don't know what kind of research you're doing. You're thinking about people today as fucking slaves. That's not like, regardless of whether or not there's a CEO out there who may or may not think about their workers or the people that are under them like that. That's not how the economy works. In the way that you're viewing it, everybody is only a tool. And while we are cogs in a system, it doesn't just depend on us working like day in and day out for that system. It also involves us buying shit. It needs our it not only needs our active involvement, it needs us cycling and recycling in that shit. Oh, I can change my shit. Hold on. And give me this. Yes. Get this out of here. Get this out of here. Yes. Battle of Idris. Excuse me. Where we going next? Magmal. Oh shit, hold on. I gotta change some shit. Overburden. Back attack stagger power up. Traceland? if they raise prices and force people to work, which is exactly what we're moving forward, the economy would be sustainable without consideration for the underclass's purchasing power. You are speaking as if not only you're speaking as if that shit is inevitable, which is not, because you're not taking into consideration what if the underclasses decide not to do that. You're not answering the question, or like disproving my point. If the underclasses, regardless or not of whether they try to force motherfuckers to work without needing their involvement in buying shit, if the underclasses decide not to do that for whatever reason, what happens to the economy then? Sustainable food long enough that billionaires would be willing to try it. Long term, it'll inevitably be. Buddy, your sentence made no sense. I'm gonna need you to reframe that, reword that.
I'll be right there.
Take your time, Lou. Don't work, you die. But you're speaking as if people, like everybody, would unanimously in this hypothetical metaphorical world that you're breaking up. You're speaking as if everybody would immediately accept that. In the event that they don't, what happens then? You still ain't answer that question, and you avoiding that shit on purpose because you know I'm motherfucking right. You're not convincing me otherwise because your point already fell apart, dude. Because I know that's not how life works. We can talk about hypotheticals all we want. The point of the original either standing point or question has not been answered. If the underclass decides not to buy shit, what happens to the fucking economy? Matter of fact, we don't need to talk about shit else. Answer me that question and answer it legitimately and honestly. Even if there were a dystopian world where they forced every motherfucker to work and they didn't need the lower class to buy shit. They don't need us to buy cures. They don't need us to buy pills. They don't need us to buy clothes. Nothing to circle and cycle the economy. Only the small few who have the many big bucks for some fucking reason, they only need that. They only need us as the underclass or middle or lower class to work and do nothing else. And somehow farm us into a house, basically going back to slavery. If the underclass stops working, what the fuck happens to that? In this scenario, nothing becomes nothing. You're not making sense. Nothing become nothing. I'm assuming you're saying because the economy has already been built around it. So you're legitimately telling me that if all of the underclass right now decided to stop, the motherfuckers who run your lights, your sewage, who tend to the groceries in your store, who deliver your fucking mail, all who once again are lower class, if they all stop, you're telling me that the economy will hold itself together. If they stop working, they get killed until the system collapse. How is the system holding itself if it's killing all of its people off? They would have fucking done that by now. Are we kidding? They would have, even if you want to go off of y'all's like conspiracies and shit like that, of like, oh, how they're poisoning the food. Do you notice these conspiracies only say they poison it just enough to keep us addicted to going back? Not that they kill everybody off in one fucking Resident Evil ass swoop. It is quote unquote the food in the goddamn substances and shit is addictive or poison enough to keep us going back for more. Like an actual fucking drug dealer, dude. What are we talking about? If you want to come here and debate shit with me, you gotta stop thinking about shit in extremes, dude. That's not how it's worked. And you know what? You don't have to. I'm not gonna tell you gotta stop doing shit. However, I'm gonna let you know I'm gonna come against that shit every time because I know that's not how life works. That's not. We're thinking of most extreme fucking examples, and even in the extreme fucking examples, we're not even thinking about variables or tangents that don't go with the fucking status quo of what you think is supposed to happen. Right now, if everyone stopped buying stuff It will cause serious problems. But we're moving in a direction where they don't need the poor people to buy stuff. Where, buddy, show me these statistics. You show me these statistics, I will evaluate them, and if they look and read right, I will concede and agree with you. That's not how that's working. That's not how that's working. You are severely underestimating the ratio of middle and poor class to upper / rich class or billionaire class even. It's a small amount, dude. It's a small fucking amount. Especially if we're considering people like Musk and Bezos or companies that own multiple fucking corporations under one goddamn belt or one name. It's a small amount, dude. If everybody stopped buying shit right now, the economy is fucked. That's a lot of fucking variables to consider, dude. That is a lot of shit to consider at one time. Motherfucker, nobody's buying groceries. Nobody's buying gas. And do you understand, we're talking about buying in the sense of somebody handing something to you and you taking something physical home. What if people stop paying for bills? That's buying something. You're buying a security by way of a home. Buying a house, renting a house, buying a car loan, a credit card. Most large companies don't even make money. It all comes from stock market and government bailouts, and it doesn't come from purchases. What does that money run off of? How does that money cycle? I mean, if nobody buys groceries, everybody dies. So kind of can't do that. But no, everybody don't. According to you, you said everybody, we all good. So long as the rich people buying. According to your fucking shit, nobody's dying, dude. Everybody's good. You quite literally said we don't need nobody else to buy shit but the rich people.
I haven't.
Everybody can't die if the rich people are still alive buying shit.
But from now on, what? Knowing which.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Thank you for exchanging.
Take care.
Thank you. All bank loans generate money. It's not somebody else's money. They're printing this money. It's why loans are profitable. And that money still has to be cycled and cycled through. It's not just running off of itself. It's not just feeding itself. If that was the actual case, pal, we'd see more abuse within our own government than we're actually seeing. I'm not discrediting, dude. The points that you're making, I understand it's printed, dude. I'm not ignorant. If you want me to be even more technical, the fabric that it's printed is made from your fucking jeans. I get that. I'm not disputing the fact that what you're talking about, like, the system is a shitty system. What I am saying is that we're thinking about shit in extremes from our original fucking point. We gotta stay on topic, dude. I gotta keep. You gonna have these conversations with me? I'm gonna debate you. I'm gonna have you debate for real. You gotta stay on topic because our original fucking point was: is middle class and lower class needed to purchase shit for the economy to continue being the economy that it is? It's created there and runs up the funnel to the billionaires, buddy. They don't like it. Still needs to run through the regular fucking economy.
I await your return.
Yeah. You gave me something, right? Both of y'all did a lot of shit. Let me throw this on, and then we got to go to the past to fight Josie, or at least to encounter Josie. It's not just point A to point B, dude. It's not just, hey, if you remove this thing, then nothing fucking happens. Much like proverbial cogs in a goddamn machine, dude. You remove one thing out of place, the whole thing stops working. That's what to prevent us from going in a revolving circle of like repeating the same shit over and over again, of you like spewing your point, me spewing my point, and us butting heads. The best way I can explain this shit, and it would make no other sense, quite fucking literally, if you take apart a clock and you remove one component out of that bitch, the whole thing stops working. Whether it's a digital or analog clock, all of the pieces in there are integral for that bitch to work. You remove one thing or pull one thing out of place, especially the small piece in the back of the tippy top back of the shit that you don't think is important. You remove that shit, the whole thing comes apart. If it don't come apart, it stops working completely. Our like life's systems, governments, and financial like cycles work the same fucking way. Not once the current restructuring of the economy is finished, which we're actually going through right now. But you're saying that shit as if nobody's doing nothing about it. Have you not, like, are you not privy? You talking about you doing research. Are you not privy to, like, the protests that are happening and the people that are coming up against what the fuck's going on, including the people that are sitting in the high chairs? This is what I mean by nuance and it not being, like, just one fucking way. Not everybody is hip to this shit. And it's not just sitting there like, oh, hey, we're going... Like, matter of fact, fuck that. AI is a prime example of this shit. This shit came out of nowhere. They literally shoved that shit in our face and look at it now. It's literally about to crumble because nobody's fucking with it. And when I say nobody, I'm being extreme. But most people aren't fucking with it, which is why it's losing money. They put in a big, They removed a bunch of gears and put in a big gear in there. Long term, the wear and tear is going to destroy it, but for the time being, it'll work fine. It's not working fine. It's not working fine. It working fine is no protest. AI is the new hot shit. AI is not losing money. People aren't being exposed for being pieces of shit. Companies aren't crumbling under the weight of shit that they've been doing for years. Like, nobody just woke up and was like, hey, let's remove a cog and throw a bigger one in there overnight, dude. All of this shit that we're talking about is years of shit. This is years of accumulated work on both sides of motherfuckers doing shit. We're not just talking about a nigga woke up one night and was like, hey, let's remove this and put this in there and we know it's just gonna work. That's not the fucking case. I hope these protests save us from this, but we'll see. But the thing that's gonna save it is people understanding how the fuck money works. Understanding that these companies talk with their fucking wallets. You'll be surprised at how quick a motherfucker change his either moral or goddamn financial stance when the money stops rolling in. Major companies aren't the true mega crops. Mega companies aren't what? What are you talking about? You gotta be specific. I don't think. I think the latency's fucked.
Let me know.
So I'm not sure what you're referencing. Vanquish the heroes, travel the bridge. This is where we get a bike. Let me go buy shit. Hold on.
So,
and then let me talk to you.
these that being having
Catch up.
hey, see if you're also notice if you find any engraved.
Thank you,
if
sir.
find any, let me know.
Thank you, sir. Noah's request.
As you can see.
I bought this. Did I buy this? I didn't buy it because it's still there. I bought that. I didn't buy this, and I didn't buy this. Greatest Bay on that. And this. Most of their money comes from government bailout and stocks. It doesn't matter what people spend their money on. Majority of the time, dude, it's not true. You're thinking about a small subset of characters that have a certain amount of influence in that certain field that you're talking about. When you don't take in all of the considerations of all the things that are being put into play here, like all of your arguments fall apart before they even begin to start. because we're not taking into account of the things that actually help these people keep doing what the fuck they're doing. Majority have $0 in stocks and fewer still a percentage. Majority of people have $0 in stocks and fewer still a percentage that get them any kind of say. No, I'm thinking about major companies. Every major company in America makes more off of the government in stocks than they do in sales. That no, it's not every major company, dude.
I'll upgrade your.
Are there a lot of companies that make money off of stocks in the government? Sure, that's true. Every major company? No. It literally is. No, it's not. Neither you nor I have to be God for me to understand that. That's not how that shit works. That's not how that shit works. Matter of fact, it's the thinking that you doing right now is what the if there was a they, it is quite literally the defeatist attitude that I don't need to look it up to understand that it's. I mean, I'll do research. However, us just talking right now, I don't need to look it up for me to understand that it's not every company that works that way. Buddy, there's nothing more that you're doing for these companies than giving them the pleasure of having you think that you as an individual have no say so in what the fuck's going on as far as financially, as far as finances. Like, are you a drop in the ocean of a bigger goddamn issue? Sure. However, a lot of yous, especially in certain businesses, that if a lot of you stop, the business would be fucked. Pal, there's a whole ass difference. But you can take. I'm not a defeatist. I know exactly what the solution is. Then how come? What you looking for the goddamn protest to solve your problems for? How come you ain't goddamn expend that shit? Please do share the deets. A motherfucker wants to know. Share the goddamn details, dude. You say you're not a defeatist, but that, like, you being like, the whole topic revolving around people not having a say so or not being like important pieces within a grander fucking economic scale. That's a mindset of a fucking defeatist, of somebody being like, oh well, the government has all the control, the companies have all the control. It's the mindset we're headed in. That's defeatist as fuck. Ban the stock market and cut off the government faucet. What does that mean? What the fuck is a government faucet? Also, make Mario Party play. Dude, whatever the fuck. Whatever the fuck. Oh, the government bailouts. For the goddamn companies. Buddy, that's still only a small fucking percentage. The whole government bailouts do not make 100% of the fucking profit margin. I guarantee these motherfuckers, especially with how we talking about government bailouts that we know. We talking about shit that's actually on the record. We're not even configuring the under the fucking table money, which don't even get counted into the goddamn statistics as a fucking whole. We're talking about a very small substrate of fucking financial play here, compared to the overall market of motherfuckers that get advertised to or expected to buy shit to keep money cycling and flowing. To keep profit margins don't work like what? Also very major. Okay, we're gonna leave it up to perception, dude. We're gonna leave it up to perception. You're not convincing me at all. Your conversations are very extreme. I will accept that. I need you to understand that. I'm not gonna tell you not to have an opinion that you're having. I need you to understand that when you have, your takes are very extreme. When I say extreme, you only think, hey, this thing is this thing, and these things are these things. We're not taking into consideration all of the things that make up these things. All of the I shut off the faucet and then we'll see. I'm for it. Nobody likes nobody's waking up and is like, hey, let's continue the government corruption, pal. Join us for another day. Nobody's fucking doing that. That's goddamn insane. Sure, shut off the fucking faucet. But even doing that, that's only one. Even if we shut off the fucking faucet, dude, you're still not accounting for the other layers of business that they have. This isn't just, they don't just have, you motherfucker, you even sit here talking about stocks and bonds and shit like that. Stocks, especially for a motherfucker that's actually in stock, a motherfucker's not just going to have stock in one shit. You can cut off his stock to one shit and I guarantee he's probably going to have 5 more lined up. Nothing extreme about cutting off dangerous economic I almost said pornographies. Policies. No, there's nothing dangerous about cutting off dangerous shit, but there's everything dangerous about thinking that the people have no say-so within this economic, like, as far as being a pillar of the economy. There's things that hold up the economy. And sure, if you knock one pillar off, you may be able to use the other fucking 4 out of 5 to keep shit up. Economic pornography. I'm not even going to comment on that, given what's actually going on in our fucking government right now. So just pretend like I didn't say that. I'm like, I may have chuckled, but I'm being also fucking serious. I'm gonna pretend like I ain't even say that. You gonna pretend like you didn't hear that. A structure could have 5 pillars, dude. You can knock one pillar off and still survive off of the other pillars. The more fucking pillars you knock off, the harder it's gonna be for that shit to uphold. And what I'm trying to get you to understand is that the people make up a vast majority of the pillars, people being middle to lower class, versus the people who buy up all the shit, which is what we were originally talking about. No, we have a say-so. Dude, you do this shit every time. You change up what the fuck you talking about. Get the fuck out of my face, dude. You do this shit every fucking time. You literally came in this bitch talking about some, it doesn't matter if the people don't buy shit or not. The rich people, they got it. They got it. If we stop buying people and we just work for the rest of life, they would be fine and set. They wouldn't. Even they fucking know that. Even they fucking know that. Grab the government by its balls and force them to work for the people, not the company. How the fuck you gonna do that, Goat? Spend your money wherever you want. Force the government to stop saving Walmart. Don't spend your money wherever you want. Force that, dude. Get the fuck up. Get out. Go to bed, Goat. God damn it, go to bed. Go to bed, Goat. I can't say that on Twitch. You can't say what? We've been saying all kind of shit. If somebody really wanted to, they come and goddamn turn this shit off. We need clear demands, and right now we don't really have that, unfortunately. Yeah, hey, Goat, that's all cute. We're moving hella away from the original point where you said middle class and lower class aren't needed in the economy in order for the economy to keep thriving. And that if they stopped, that the rich class would be able to handle all that shit by themselves. They wouldn't. Because these motherfuckers, if it all depended on them doing the shit that the middle and lower class are doing, 9 times out of 10 they're not going to. They're going to want to keep their wealth and their lifestyle, and I wouldn't blame them. Not saying it's right, not saying that it's something that should be supported. But if the middle class and the lower class stop working, they stop involving themselves in shit, they stop involving themselves in a cycle of money. If that happened today, within the next year, are we gonna see people stop like sending out shit or advertising shit, or the economy just all of a sudden crash? within the next year? No. Within the next year and 2 months, buddy, you start seeing a big ass difference. If in the structure they're building, they just need the poor people to work, not buy. That's not what you originally said, though. Also, we're still not factoring. We're still not. You're still talking about it as if the working class is just going to be accepting of, hey, we only need to be slaves. Because in order for the poor people to work and not buy, they like, you would have to have them live the lives of slaves. Why would you, if they don't need to buy shit, why would you give them a working salary? They don't need to buy clothes. They don't need to buy food. They don't need to like purchase security, house, clothing, a weapon if they fucking need it. None of it. They're not participating in society. You're like, not only are you reverting time, but you're reverting time into a life to where our economy cannot sustain because we're so far removed from it. We're building a bunch of camps where currently reception is mixed. What does the camps have to do with poor people and middle class not needing to buy shit? We're well aware of what's going on in life as far as like the concentration camps and whatever the fuck you want to call them. What does that have to do with the middle and lower class holding up the economy? Nothing, John. That you gotta stick to a topic. We're not I'm letting you know, and I've been letting you know, and you already know this. We don't do the redirecting shit over here, pal. We stick to one fucking thing, and I'm a hone. You come in here with a goddamn debate or a topic, I'm a hone the fuck in on it until you prove me wrong and it makes sense, or until you understand what the fuck you're doing. Because the rich will still be able to get everything they want and be able to buy it. So if all the world's economy, matter of fact, fuck that, America's economy, and just America alone, if the middle and the poor class, they not only stop buying shit, but they decide not to work, who's making the shit for the rich people to buy? A bunch of companies will die in the process, but the real ones with actual say will survive. How are they surviving without the input of the middle and working classes, who are the majority of the motherfuckers who are working for the rich people you say are buying the stuff? There is no deciding not to work in this. So once, like I said, defeatist. What the fuck are you talking about? Please do show me the future where like nobody has a choice in anything. And we know that's both not true because literally the entire planet is protesting on a scale we've never seen before. We don't need Jesus or some goddamn superhero or savior complex to come and show us that shit. It is in front of our faces, and if you don't see it, you're avoiding the fuck out of it. Show me a world, a future, or a goddamn a timeline where people don't have a choice or a say in the matter. And even then, if that's the case, well, motherfuckers still aren't revolting or fighting. And what timing are you on where you're making up scenarios where there isn't a choice in the matter? How is that not defeatist? If all slaves decide not to work, then it wouldn't work. That's why the entire system is doomed to fail, but this is the structure of fascism. I thought you said they didn't have a choice. Make up your damn mind, girl. Make up your motherfucking mind. Transforming, yes. Not doing that. The strike booster. Yeah, can't do that yet.
It is done.
Yep, it's done. Can I jump on this? I can't. Okay. Work or die isn't a real choice, you filthy philosopher. I'm not the one that's proposing that. Bitch, I'm not the one that proposed that. You the one that quite literally said there is not... Hold on, let me show this so you and the chat can see for the motherfuckers that are watching the VOD. What the fuck does this say? That came from Happy Goat 6 with a fucking banana next to the name. There is no deciding not to work in this. There is no deciding not to work in this. Can't see, I'm in audio only. Oh, that's too bad, so sad. Hey, all the motherfuckers who are watching this shit, so y'all know for proof, and myself when I'm watching the VOD, look at it. There is no deciding not to work in this. That's what this says. That shit's clear as goddamn day. That shit's clear as fucking day. That shit's clear as fucking day. I'm not the one that's proposed it, yeah, because it'll be... I'm not the one that's fucking proposing that. You did. It's not the... These are extremes. I need you to understand that, dude. That's not a real decision. That's the decision that you proposed. I quite literally said, name me a future where motherfuckers don't have a choice. And you said there's no deciding not to work in this. That's literally work or die. I'm gonna propose my skull. You do that then. Let me know how that goes for you. Dude, I'm not telling you that you're wrong, that the system is fucked. We both have an understanding of that. Our original fucking message, or our original goddamn talk, was whether or not the economy can sustain without the help or involvement. That includes no work or purchase in the economy that we live in today. Because work or die isn't a choice. So your first work or die is a choice. There is two choices. So if everybody decides that, so once again, you're acting as if everyone will decide to work. You added work, not me. No, I didn't. I said if everyone stopped working. Don't you do this every time. We had this, we literally have this same shit. We had it happen with the Star Wars talk about whether or not Starkiller was not only a good character, but whether Anakin was justified in what he was doing, and that Yoda was a bad person and was locking up people and causing them to go through slavery. I'm gonna choice you upside the head. I'm gonna choice you upside the motherfucking head. What you mean? I'm gonna take that frozen burnt chicken and I'm gonna glue it to your fucking feet. I'm gonna glue that goddamn frozen freezer burnt chicken to your fucking feet. Then we'll see who's choicing who. You did it with Spider-Man when we were talking about... Hold on. Hey. I gotta put his comb back on. Hold on. Yoda's a bad person. Anakin was not justified, and Starkiller sucks. Don't agree, and don't agree. Also, you did this with Spider-Man when you tried to convince me that Spider-Man was responsible for Peter Parker. Or excuse me, Spider-Man or Peter Parker was responsible for Uncle Ben dying. It was bullshit. We had a whole less conversation. Now we're doing it again. And I don't mind our conversation. Spider-Man blames himself for Ben's death. That's literally the point. That is, just because you blame yourself for something, that doesn't make you responsible for it. That doesn't mean he's actually fucking responsible. He feels guilty because of the sequence of events that happened, and he just so happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time when all of that went down. It was not his fault. Just because he blamed himself does not mean that he literally pulled the fucking trigger. For him to be blameless, or for him to have guilt for that situation, he would have had to either pull the trigger himself or directly, knowingly been involved with the two dudes who killed Uncle Ben. He didn't even fucking know. If this motherfucker had psychic abilities and he saw it and he still did the same shit, that's a whole nother story. That's a whole nother story. He's responsible because he didn't use his great power. It's the moral of the narrative. He didn't use his great power because he didn't fucking know. Agree or disagree. That's what the narrative believes. It's not. It's not. The narrative believes in fucking... Matter of fact, dude, most fucking superhero shits can be boiled down to fucking choice. The narrative believes in choice. With great power comes great responsibility isn't telling motherfuckers, hey, use this power or get fucked. They're literally telling them, hey, you got this. You choose how you use it, but there's consequences behind how the fuck you use that shit. That's what it fucking believes in. Peter Parker did not kill Uncle Ben because he didn't know. If he was like Professor X and he somehow saw that shit and knew that that was going to happen but still decided to be like, I missed the part where that's my problem, then he's fucking responsible. Him feeling bad because he didn't have the wherewithal or the know anything about it or couldn't do anything about it, but understands that he was still somehow indirectly involved in that, and he decides to feel bad not only because that's his uncle, because he had the power but couldn't do anything because of canon event, whatever the fuck. That's something else. He didn't use his great power to stop a robbery, and he was punished for it. Use your power to stop bad things or else. That's the moral. No, the moral is you like extremes. The moral is you like extremes, and you're not... I'm not faulting you nor shitting on you for that. What I am shitting on you for is changing the original topic of conversation whenever we come to the conclusion that I'm right. I don't even agree with the narrative. You're an extreme. I am, baby, and that shit's on 24/7. Don't ever fucking forget it. Don't ever fucking forget it. I am. I accept it and embrace that shit. I understand it. I get it. I get it. I'm a... Spider-Man is just more... You're not right. Spider-Man is just more interesting. I'm gonna glue that fucking chicken to your feet, dude. I'm gonna glue that goddamn chicken to your feet. That's it. That's it. Matter of fact, let me make it. I'm gonna get Amazon delivery. Why my feet? So you can get freezer burnt just like the chicken. Y'all will be one in the same. Y'all will be one in the fucking same. Amazon, right? I don't know where the fuck that came from. I don't know where the fuck that came from. Look, dude, I'm not telling you to not have the opinions, the facts, or statistics about what you have. I'm telling you to stick to the fucking original topic. I don't think that's how that works. I don't either, but it came out like that and we're rolling with it. It came out like that and we're rolling the fuck with it. Iris's request. Sunken City. The Dead Forest? Noah's request. Lavina's request. Excuse me. I do. You just don't understand. No, I understand you. I do. You think I say things I don't. Hold on. You mean like how earlier you... Hold on. Oh! Dude, look at the feature you showed me. Look at the feature you showed me. Even if you audio only. I'm about to use that feature that you showed me. Hold on. Hold on. I'm about to use that feature that you showed me. Where is it? It's here? Give me a second. Give me a second. There was a feature you showed me where you showed me I could look at the history of chats. I could look at the history of chats. Hold on. You said I be saying you say things. I can't see, but I'll look anyway. Take your time. Oh, I will. I will. I'm gonna make sure I find this. I'm gonna make sure I find this. Give me a hot second. Give me a hot second. Hold on. Where'd that comment go? Where you were like, I didn't say anything. I didn't say. What did you say? I didn't say nothing. I didn't say nothing ever. Give it. I'm gonna find it. Hold on. I will take my time. Mr. Chomp, you joining us on our discussion? Where's your comment, girl? Where's your, go. Don't do that, Mr. Chomp. I'm gonna have to put your comb back on. Buddy is Buddy's irritating his fuck. He's supposed to be healing. I think I gotta put this shit back on. But he keep fucking with it. Chonk agrees with me. Chonk wants attention. Chonk will agree with you so long as you make it seem like you listening to what he's saying. Where's it at? I'm gonna find this shit. Where'd you see? Yeah, you sip your fucking tea. I'm gonna find this shit. Hold on. Freezer burn. There's the chicken. There's the freezer burnt chicken. Where's it at? Where'd you say? Nickelodeon. Yes. Market Mario Kart. Why? Get the fuck out of here. Hold on. Winter jacket, double layers. See, you be thinking I say things like, shut the fuck up. It's in here. It's in here. It's in here. Give me a second. Hold on. You even said right here. I have never. We were talking about the goddamn emote penis that you fucking had. And I was like, oh, you said that. And you was like, I have never. What's a fucking penis? And then I go back to this shit. Oh, that's too far back. Where you was talking about this shit. Get this out of my face. Get this out of my face. I want to glue that fucking chicken to your feet, dude. Matter of fact, I'm gonna. The pin is what? I think it's time to go to bed. I think it's time to go to bed. You know what? Yeah, it's time to go to bed. We'll see y'all. We'll have a nice stream, y'all. Y'all take it easy. Take care of yourselves. I'll take it easy. Coward, what do you mean? What do you mean? I ain't no bitch. Sleep is for the weak. Dude, sleep is how you get stronger. What the fuck are you talking about? Listen. Hold on. Cause you on some bullshit, dude. you on some bullshit tonight. Every once in a while we have these conversations. Right when we started talking about superheroes too. Yeah, so you can shit on the name of superheroes that don't deserve to be shit on. Like Spider-Man. Master Yoda. Fucking shit, dude. Alright, where are we going? What is this? Who are we talking to here? Oh, Iris. Travel the bridge. The bridge, that's where we going. I'm like, where the fuck are we going, dude? Sitting here getting sidetracked. Spider-Man is a shit character, but that's unrelated to his moral? What? What does that even mean? Spider-Man's morals are his. They make up who he is. He can't have Spider-Man without the moral. He's literally like it's his whole thing. It's why he pulls his fucking punches. Daredevil has the same moral and he's way more interesting. Why? Because he breaks people's backs? Daredevil don't give a fuck. They're two different characters, which is what makes Spider-Man Spider-Man. Matter of fact, Spider-Man is 10 times, even 100 times stronger than Daredevil. Moral of the story, not more of the character. I'm gonna break your back. I'm gonna break chicken over your fucking head. I'm gonna break a piece of frozen bird chicken over your fucking head, dude.
Let's rest up.
The fuck are we talking about? Moral of the story, not character. The moral of the story of Spider-Man is Spider-Man's character. It makes him. Without that, you have no... Matter of fact, without that, you have any other universe Spider-Man. You can put anything in, unless... If it's mainland Spider-Man, main universe, what is it, 616 or 626, whoever the fuck? Main Spider-Man, the moral of the story is Spider-Man. They're not interchangeable. They go together. Like fucking Eddie Brock and the symbiote. No, it's with great power comes great responsibility. And it's because Spider-Man feels like he has that responsibility that makes him who he is. Daredevil don't operate under that same shit. That motherfucker is willing to do anything. He's already blind. What the fuck more does he have to lose? He's blind and he lost his dad over some bullshit. Daredevil don't give a fuck. Spider-Man was always a teenager trying to live, not only trying to learn how to live in an adult world, but learn how to hold all of the weight of New York on his fucking back. Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen got a completely... Dude, I'm gonna glue that chicken to your goddamn feet. This is what I'm talking about. This is what the fuck I'm talking about. We ain't talking about Spider-Gwen. I'm going to bed. I'll see y'all in the morning. Peace out, everybody. That's it. That's game. I'll see y'all in the morning. It's been nice chatting. Yeah. That's... That's a big ass GG for the night. Yeah, but the moral of the story is the same with Spider-Man and Daredevil. Even though they... Wait, what? The moral of the story... Let me show you here. The moral of the story is the same with Spider-Man and Daredevil, even though they interact with it differently. Daredevil's moral of the story isn't the same as Spider-Man's. They don't even live the same lives. Spider-Man is a young man learning how to deal with the powers of a god while at the same time trying to live like a teenager / young adult in New York as a New Yorker and hold all of New York on the back of his fucking neck. They're two different things. Now, while Matt Murdock does go out to save motherfuckers in New York, they don't got the same mindset. They're not even doing the same shit. Hell, some versions of Spider-Man, this motherfucker's still in high school. That's a whole nother frame of thinking. It's the same morals, different characters. It's not. They don't even think like that in the Spider-Verse movies. Miguel O'Hara and the whole like the universe of spiders, like, sure, they may think they abide by that, but it's not the fucking same as the original Pete. I can't even use Spider-Verse because that's not even Peter Parker, that's Miles Morales. And even they don't think the same. Especially in that, if we talk about the movie version, they damn sure don't think the same. Fucking Miles don't even lose a relative, that we know of, yet, in the movies. He don't even lose a relative. That motherfucker gets a escape his canon event. Shout out to Miles. I found out they only made that motherfucker because Childish Gambino. Is it Childish Gambino? What's his name? Donald Glover? because Donald Glover wanted to be the Black Spider-Man, and Marvel wasn't fucking with it at the time. Infinitely better than Peter. I can't speak on that. I didn't grow up with Miles. I grew up with Peter. More specifically, Sam Raimi's Spider-Man. That's the one I grew up with. That's the one I'm always gonna like remember. Where are we going? Bridge. Miles loses Why the fuck did... Oh, wait. No, I already knew that. Wait, no, I didn't. Wait. That's the first one, right? That's the first Miles, because in the second one, Prowler comes back. Because, what did he... It's in the first movie. Yeah, okay. I remember. Because in the second one, he comes back. That's why he's confused, because it's a whole alternate timeline. Because he saved his dad from getting killed. Spoilers, by the way, for the fuckers that are watching the VODs. Spoilers, by the way. Miles is no Static, though. Static is the perfect incarnation of that archetype. Of what archetype? What archetype are we defining? It's a 10-year-old movie. Dude, people still need spoilers. You never fucking know. You never know what's in somebody's backlog. I'll always say spoiler. It's even if it's 10 years old. Now, 50 years old, like if fuck, I don't know, like Annie or some shit. Somebody's like, oh, if we're telling a story, Annie, I might still be like spoiler, but it won't be as big of a deal. Or Little Shop of Horrors or some shit. Or Wizard of Oz. Wizard of Oz is a good example. The self-insert basic bitch archetype. What? Static is the perfect incarnation of the basic bitch archetype? Spoilers for Pinocchio. He dies. Yeah. It's that one meme that's like, you're a wizard, Harry, and the quote says it's from Ganondorf, quoted from The Matrix or some shit. Some goofy ass shit like that. He's the most interesting basic bitch there is? You're saying Static Shock is basic? There's nothing basic about Virgil. What are we talking about? Do we watch the same fucking cartoons? Bitch, do we read the same material? Other than the fact that this motherfucker has electric powers, and for some reason, manga and comic writers alike seem to all think that the only power that black people can have in fictional works is electricity. What about Static is like basic? Why are you doing new shit, dude? Why are you doing shit I haven't seen before? It's a good show, but the guy has no personality? Dude, define personality. What are we looking for? What kind of a personality are you expecting him to have? Once again, you're talking about teenagers in an adult world from an adult's perspective. We were just talking about Spider-Man, almost all of the Spider-Man, and now we're talking about Virgil from Static Shock. Like, it's so silly. That's such a dumb myth because it's only Static and Black Lightning with electric powers. Black Adam, an Egyptian with electric powers. Matter of fact, his main shit is electric. That includes the Shazam lightning. Especially from manga. Any manga or any anime, you will see a black character. Most notably in Naruto, there's literally a whole village of black people with white hair and electricity powers. Black Adam isn't electric or black. Dude, he's Egyptian. And do not... we better not have a motherfucking conversation about the goddamn logistics and stipulations behind that shit. Not counting anime because I don't touch that shit. Just because you don't touch it doesn't mean we don't count it. I watch anime and manga. I consume it, so it counts. It fucking counts. He's not Egyptian. He's Middle Eastern. He's black! Bitch, he has melanin in his skin. What are we talking about? No, he's not physically the fucking absence of all things in terms of color. But he has melanin in his skin. That is counted as black. Well, superhero comics, it's not a trope. It is a trope. Hold on, dude. Black superheroes. It's even the first. I'm gonna show you the first shit that comes up in Google search. Black superheroes without lightning powers, black superheroes with lightning powers, dude. It's such a fucking trope. It's overplayed and disgusting with how much they do it. It really is. It really is. Miles Morales? Fucking Static? I don't know who Black Vulcan is. Storm from X-Men? Get the fuck out of here. Black Lightning, Static, Black Vulcan, I don't know who it is. Storm, Miles Morales, Black Adam, Bumblebee. From I believe she's from Teen Titans, if I remember. Other examples. You can't character Cyborg and Jon Stewart. No, that don't count. This doesn't count. Cyborg is powered off of electricity, but he's not using electricity externally. Jon Stewart neither. Construct abilities don't count because they're not technically originating from that. Even Reddit people are talking about it, dude. This has been a widely known thing. Also, he doesn't have lightning powers. He does have lightning powers. That's excuse me. Excuse me. Are we talking about Black Adam still? Dude, Black Adam has lightning powers. That's like half of his whole shtick. They built a whole fucking moveset around it in Injustice. Like, that is part of his moveset. Storm doesn't count because she controls all weather, not just lightning. Lightning is a main component of her arsenal, and she's able to use it. She may have like manipulation over weather, but lightning is a main part. Like, it's still a part of her. Miles can count, I guess. Sure, Miles does count, and I feel like Miles was a cop out. Like, I don't know why they gave him that and couldn't just let him be regular Spider-Man, but he had to have electricity powers. Whatever the fuck. Bumblebee does count. I remember her from Teen Titans. She has guns that shoots lasers. Her powers are super speed, super strength, wisdom, not lightning. Who are we talking about? Oh, we're talking about Black Adam. His powers are super speed, super strength, and wisdom, not lightning. His powers are... It's not just that. Black Adam uses the powers from Egyptian deities. That's why I called him... that's why I said he was Egyptian. He may have Middle Eastern or whatever. Not only is he still black, because he has melanin in his skin, his powers are derived from Egyptian gods. Just like Shazam's powers are derived from Greek gods. Both have lightning in their arsenal. I know that for a fact. We can argue all day about whether Power Girl stinks or not. I know for a fact Teth Adam, his powers derive from Egyptian gods. You can't just say just anything that has electricity at all is part of this trope. It is. It's to the point where it's overused, dude. he gets his powers from Greek gods just like Shazam. No, he doesn't.
Lost in thought.
I am lost in thought, Lou. I'm having a conversation. They're both Shazam. They're not both. They're both use the powers of Shazam, but that they derive. Dude, give me a second. Why are we doing? I should be playing video games, dude. We're not talking about the Rock's bullshit. Why did y'all only show me Black Adam as the Rock? Why didn't y'all give me the actual fucking like comic book character? Is Mr. Terrific a lightning black guy because his balls have a taser in them? What? You're trolling. I'm gonna give you a second to figure yourself out while I look this up. Black Adam has a depicted as Superman who fought Black. They do. If Storm counts, then Mr. Terrific might as well. One look up at a time. Right now I'm focused. Remind me, Mr. Terrific, electric balls, and I'll remember that. Right now I'm trying to confirm this Black Adam shit. So we look. This is another case where we were both right. So I don't want to hear no shit. Anyone who's anywhere near electricity counts, apparently. Shut the fuck up. That's not what I said. Get the fuck out of here. We were both right. When 10th Adam says the magic word Shazam, he is transformed into Mighty Adam. Originally, the wizard Shazam grants Adam powers derived from ancient Greco-Roman deities. So the Greek gods. Technically, yes, the Roman gods too. However, later in the series, it was changed to ancient Egyptian deities. I know this for a fact. I'm always right. No, you're not. No, you're not. Liking to be always right and actually being always right are two different things. I know this to be... I know my shit for the shit I know about. When Injustice came out, that was when I started diving into comics, because there was a game that gave me the avenue to be able to look up my favorite characters and find out where they came from and what they were doing. In Injustice 1 and 2, all of 10th Adam's moves are based off of Egyptian gods. That's how I learned that fact. It said, it is what you said because you want to count Black Adam. Black Adam doesn't even switch forms. But he still uses the electricity. It's in his arsenal. Dude, I'm looking at it right here. Turn your shit on and read what this says. Turn your shit. This is Wikipedia, dude. With fucking sources. Turn your shit on and read what this says. I'm gonna read his fucking abilities. By shouting the name Shazam, Adam is bestowed the powers of divine origin originating from Egyptian deities, typically including superhuman strength, superhuman physical speed, strength, durability, intelligence, knowledge, physical and magical invulnerability, and control over lightning and magic. Highly skilled warrior, tactician, martial artist with an affinity for magic. I'm going to go back to the part, that bullet point where it says control over lightning and magic. What are we talking about here, pal? What are we talking about here, Goat? Wait, what did you say, Goat? You said you had a freezer burnt chicken that you needed glued to the bottom of your souls. Sure, we can do that. We can do that because not only is he pulling from Egyptian deities, the dude, where is he originating from? Where is he from? Black Adam. Hold on, let me read this. The canon version of Black Adam appeared only once during Fawcett's initial publication run of Captain Marvel comics. In The Marvel Family #1. This is the first edition. Black Adam is introduced as a what? As a what? An ancient Egyptian named Teth Adam, i.e. mighty human, who serves the wizard Shazam. There's a difference between a power he's used a few times over 80 years and a mainstay power. 80 years ago, the origin counts. It's a part of him. It's a part of him. That's like saying what do you call it? Pre-New 52 Superman isn't still Superman. He may not have that ability now, but it's still a version of him. He wasn't even a DC character back then. It's changed. It's still him. What are we talking about? We're talking about all iterations. We're not talking about some hyper specific thing. We're not talking about the Rock's version of Black Adam. Oh my god, dude. When I know what I'm talking about, I know what the fuck I'm talking about, dude. Injustice was my shit, and the characters that I liked, I looked up their background story. You ain't gonna sit here and tell me that the goddamn lightning black character shit ain't a trope in comics and manga, and it definitely is. Pre-New 52 Superman isn't the same as modern Superman. They're different characters. They are still both Clark Kent and / Superman. New 52 Superman may not have memory of being that iteration, but that's still him. That's still him. It's definitely not a trope in comic. It is a trope in comics, dude. This is well known. It may not be well known to you. I don't know how much melanin you got in your skin, but for the black community, it is well known. Same name, different characters. But they're still of the same makeup. They come from the same origin story, too. This is like it's well known and well wrong maybe in your neck of the woods. I dare you to go to a black community that loves fucking comic books and tell them that that's not a thing. I'm nice with these debates. I have a playful demeanor because I appreciate your company. It's gonna be some motherfuckers that ain't gonna be too nice for you for saying that shit. I'm not joking. I'm laughing, but I'm being serious. Black comic fans say it's wrong to don't even try me. It's wrong for it to be a trope, or it's not a thing. Because we looking at hella different communities. Matter of fact, even before it was acknowledged in like social media that was a thing, I was aware that was a thing. It's not a thing. I just read off names of it being a thing. Get the fuck out of here, goat. Get the fuck out of here. You're trolling, dude. You're trolling. You're fucking trolling. The only black characters in Marvel that don't follow that fucking concept is who? Blade, goddamn, it's not Captain Marvel. Is it Blue Marvel? What the fuck is that motherfucker's name? Names that include Black Adam and Storm, who both use lightning as a main component of their shit. They both do. When Aurora is pissed off and she's ready to fucking go, 9 times out of 10 she's using lightning for something, dude. You're not telling me she's not. What the fuck is happening? Why are you doing bullshit, sir? Come on. Holy shit.
Sorry for taking so long.
No, take your time, girl. I need to get my shit.
Use it well.
Hold on, goat.
We don't have enough healing our sights.
Oh, she's about to bullshit. Jesus.
Brace yourself. Fight to the end. Who's here? Look out! Be careful. You have no spare heals left.
I need to wait on Lou. I don't know Marvel as well, but even... God damn, give me a second, man. But even ignoring Storm, there's a ton of Black Marvel characters that aren't lightning based. That is true. That is true. However, you cannot... Oh my god. I don't know who's to this thing again. What the fuck is that? Hello? Is that my stamina? How?
Use it well.
Is this the end?
We gotta move on. I gotta grab my shit and move on. I don't know Marvel as well, but even ignoring Storm, there's a ton of Black Marvel characters
Thank goodness.
that aren't lightning based, even more in DC. That is true. This is true. There are plenty. However, this is an actual fucking trope in manga, comics, and anime. That's not bullshit. Just because you don't see it as much doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It's like, I'm not gonna sit here and say that it's a problem. It's not. I honestly think it's cool to see like Black characters hold that kind of power like in fantasy settings. Because it's not like some simple one-off shit. However, to say that it's not a thing or that like writers don't intentionally write this in, that's horseshit. It's definitely a thing. It's not as much of a thing as I'm making it out to be. I will admit I'm being like for the sake of the bit, whatever. However, it is a fucking it is a thing. It's hella a thing. Even if we count Storm and Miles, that's only 5 Black characters in comics with lightning powers. And one of which is Black Lightning's daughter. I don't know who Black Lightning's daughter is. You talking about Bumblebee? Wait, where's my shit? No, Bumblebee doesn't count. Define doesn't count. Does her weapon use electricity or does she use electricity herself? If she uses electricity, I think she goes by Thunder, Black Lightning's daughter.
So it was still there.
Does Bumblebee use weapons with electricity or does she use electricity herself? If it's the former, then she doesn't count. I won't count her. She has the same power as Black Lightning. I'm assuming you're talking about Thunder. Fuck, dude, it's getting late. I might conk out here soon. Neither she drinks, and she has a gun that shoots lasers. She shrinks. I was like, what the fuck? That ain't even. She ain't even a superhero. She might as well be Rorschach. And for the record, Storm absolutely doesn't count. If it naturally is within her ability to use it, and it's not through a weapon. I am Blue, but I'm not going to bed yet. If Storm uses it naturally and it's not an external weapon, it does count. For it to count, it has to come from them and not a weapon or a suit or some kind of device or power. That's why we count Static. It comes from his body. Black Lightning, Black Adam, and Storm. That's why we count them. Bumblebee, I'll let slide because it's not hers. Wanda has the natural ability to use lightning. Would she count? Wanda who? Maximoff? You talking about the Scarlet Witch? Dude, the Scarlet Witch isn't black. Who are we talking about?
Won't hold back. You take this.
For the sake of the argument, pretend that she is. It doesn't come from the Storm's body, it comes from the sky.
Here I go.
That's true. But she's able to wield it as if it came from her. Like it's not an external machine. God damn, that's a lot. Wanda doesn't count because she uses chaos magic. While technically chaos magic can produce lightning, it's not a main component of the arsenal that she uses. Damn. Give me a second, dude. I can't. I quite literally have to concentrate. I actually want to beat this guy. Give me a sec.
Look out!
Why?
Brace yourself.
Buddy.
Be cautious. Yeah. We don't have enough healing.
Dude, why did you all of a sudden go towards me? Get out of here!
Use it well.
I'm about to shit a fucking duck, dude. So does Black Adams. He can't even hit anyone.
Take your time.
with it besides himself. No, Black Adam's electricity is external. Sure, it doesn't come from his body. Okay. When we count characters whose main arsenal is lightning manipulation. They would use lightning like a regular person would use a gun. In Wanda's arsenal, lightning isn't her main thing. She can use it because she can use chaos magic. But that's not a main component of what she uses. Storm, anytime, whether it be in the comics or games, or I was about to say anime, but I don't think there's the X-Men anime. I could be wrong. It comes from the sky and hits him and makes him change form, but he can also wield that as a weapon. He's not just super strength in flying and shit. That's where the Egyptian gods come in. So no, it doesn't exude from they can make it exude from their body, and it doesn't come from their body, but they wield it as if it comes from their body. It's not from a machine. It's not from like some kind of device, like a lantern ring, or anything like that. Storm uses wind more than lightning. Stop trying to depower Storm. How is giving her lightning depowering Storm? What? Now you're making. Why are you trying to make me say shit that I didn't say? Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. If anything, you're nerfing her, taking away her lightning. What are we talking about? She has so much more than just lightning. I understand that, but that's a main component of what she uses. The fuck? Bitch, we watching a lightning storm right now. What are you talking about? It's like saying Wanda is an energy blast character. She can be. This bitch is literally like controlled random select the character. She can almost do anything she wants. Saying she has energy blast is like, sure, whatever the fuck. But that's not a main component. That's not like a main component of what she uses. And we can't even argue against Black Adam anymore. It quite literally said in the wiki, electricity was a part of his shit. Lightning was a part of his shit. Storm is infinitely more than just lightning. I'm not saying you're not hearing me. You're hearing what you want to hear, Goat. I'm gonna take away them fucking dumplings and I'm gonna staple the chicken to your foot, dude. No dumplings for you. I'm not saying Storm is only lightning. I'm saying that is a main component of what she uses. I'll include Black Adam when I'm dead. Well, looks like you're the Walking Dead then. You got no choice. It literally says it. We was going by facts and details earlier. I pulled up a fact fucking shit. And you're like, oh no, it's not a thing. It's not a thing. You can't count her just because she uses it sometime. Dude, it's like... It's not even sometimes. It's a part of who she is. Not like in the literal sense, but dude, it is her. How the fuck did that happen, dude? It's not on a scale of Virgil. Like, Virgil quite literally is the electromagnetic... actually, I can't say that. He's a lesser... He's not the electromagnetic spectrum in the same way that Magneto is, but he's a lesser version of it. Wherein him and Magneto just use their shit different. So Static Shock, we can literally say it comes from him. Storm, it's just a part of her. It's who she is. She doesn't exude it like an aura from her body like Virgil does, but it is a main component of her arsenal. Of her abilities as who she is as a character. Get this out of here. That's so much bullshit.
I need to heal. Look out!
Static, black lightning, and thunder are the only ones who count. How do you miss Black Adam when it literally said he controlled lightning? I'm literally looking at it where it says control over lightning and magic.
Take a break.
You can't get any more in your face with that than that. And maybe Miles, dude, Miles counts, but I hate that he counts. Because it makes no sense for him to count. But they had to separate him from the other Spider-Man, so he doesn't have something. Storm counts because she doesn't protrude the lightning from her body like an aura. But if she wanted to, she could. That's the difference. That's what sets her apart from somebody like Bumblebee. Bumblebee can't do shit like that. One can't control lightning. Two, excuse me. His 12 other powers that he actually uses. Bumblebee has literally nothing to do with electricity. I don't know why they put her name there. They have her there. Other than the fact that her body runs on electricity like all other humans. No, we're not counting that. We're not counting that. That's generalized as fuck. I won't count that. Miles counts. Because the trope is fake. Whatever you say, dude. Whatever you say. Once again, I'm not telling you that it's as extreme as I was making it seem for the sake of the bit. However, it's not a trope. Put the fucking Green Lantern on there. No, they tried to. We quite literally seen where it said the Green Lantern doesn't count. I said Green Lantern doesn't count because constructs don't count. Because it comes from an item. I'm pretty sure they can construct lightning if they wanted to, but it comes from a ring. It's not something that they can wield like naturally. They aren't technically born with it. Storm was born with her shit. Even though Miles wasn't born with his shit, and it's not lightning, it's electricity. Or a form of it. They ran out of characters so fast they had to use ones that don't even come close by the fifth. They make something in the shape of lightning. Yeah, that comes from a ring. A ring construct.
Brace yourself. Fight to the end.
Lou, don't take away our help, please. Oh, we gotta get back. Except maybe Alan Scott because his wing is wired. Because he's white? What? Dude, don't make me ask my little brother. See, I know I have vague knowledge on comics, and even the knowledge that I have is still sufficient enough to get me by in an argument. Do not make me consult my brother who is actually into comics the way that you are and ask him about the fucking trope between black characters and lightning powers.
I need to heal. Sit well.
Do it, he'll know. Give me a second. Give me a second. He was just texting me. I'm about to. I swear to God, I'm about to ask him. Let me at least get as far as I can with this boss or mini boss. Whoever the fuck this thing's supposed to be.
Be cautious. Yeah.
He about to put you. Go. My brother's black. He's gonna agree with me. Get the fuck out of here. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, dude? And it's even worse for that case because he watches anime and reads manga the way that I do. It most certainly is a trope. Yes, there are other characters that exist outside of that trope, but that doesn't mean that it's not a trope. And just because we call it a trope doesn't mean that it's an official trope in writing. It just means that there are characters that are too lazy to do something outside of that stereotype of character. And matter of fact, in anime and manga, it's even more goddamn identified. Because instead of just giving them lightning, they give them lightning and then white hair.
Use it well.
Fucking shit.
I was careless.
Tell him to exclude anime. No, fuck that. I'm gonna tell him to include that shit.
I'll stand by you no matter how many times it takes.
Matter of fact, hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up. We gonna call him. We gonna call him. We gonna. It might be a. No, don't try to retract on your shit now. We're gonna call him. I'm gonna phone a friend. I'm gonna phone a family member. Matter of fact, while we doing that, where's the music? Where's the music? Give me the fucking Who Wants to Be a Millionaire shit. Actually, don't do that. I don't know if YouTube gonna fucking they gonna slap me for copyright for that shit. That's serious. Give me a second. It was literally the second shit I said. I ain't changing shit. No. Anime is included in that. I'm about to call him right now. Give me a second. Hey, what's going on? Just chilling. I saw your text about Lords of Fallen 2. Yeah, that's gonna be sick. But right now I'm in cold vein though. But I'm doing that. I'm calling you because I wanted to settle a debate real quick. I'm having a debate with a chatter in my stream, and we were talking about black characters in comics, in comics, anime, and manga. I'm trying to confirm the trope that's not really a trope, but it is actually a trope of the black characters that get pushed to the lightning power stereotype. They want to know if that's an actual thing or not. Hold on. Go ahead. Say what you was gonna say.
So, in my experience, from what I've seen across anime, comics, and like media in general, black characters, especially if the characters are designed black initially, right, are kinetic type powers. That's a good way to put it, because it's not always lightning, but it is usually things to do with kinetic energy, if that makes sense. So it'll either be like fire or lightning or something or another. That's what I've seen. Like you have black lightning, you have what's that one? There's a Icon. You have Bullet, which is Icon's sidekick from the what's it called? What's that one comic industry? The Detroit Comics.
Is it Dark Horse?
No, it was the one before. It was created alongside DC time span wise. When DC had all of its white superheroes, there was another comic book series or comic book company that started up. That was like Static Shock, Icon. That's where Black Lightning came from. I can't remember the name of them because DC bought them out. That's why it no longer exists, and it absorbed Static Shock, Black Lightning, and like pretty much all of the black comic book characters that have more than like 10 years of history are like typically from that within DC. I think it was Detroit Comics, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, most black superheroes are kinetic based or lightning based. You know, something to do with like movement, energy, fucking natural stuff. You won't see like a speedster, you know, as like an OG black hero.
That's what I'm saying. Would you? They said Icon doesn't count because they have shields. I don't know about Icon, so I can't comment on that.
Icon, well, that's why I say kinetic based because I don't know too much about Icon, but like most of the powers when it comes to black superheroes usually have to do with well, yeah, I can't really talk too much about Icon. I thought Icon stuff was like about like storing up kinetic energy, unless I'm thinking about an entirely different type of superhero or somewhere. Because I know there's one superhero where they can like generate a shield from movement, but I may or not be Icon. Yeah.
So we're talking about people with kinetic powers. Would you count Black Adam and Storm in that? Because they both kinetically can manipulate lightning.
Storm, not so much, because Storm is more so weather. It's just she uses lightning a lot, which goes back to the trope that you were talking about. They will give lightning to black characters because she can do a lot more than lightning, but that's what she's like always placed next to. And then Black Adam, yeah, I'd say he'd be the same thing. I guess kinetic meaning like, you know, the type of, you know, lightning being a form of energy, being a form of kinetic energy where particles and stuff moves and stuff like that. It's like a nerdy way to say it. But yeah, I'd put Black Adam in that category too. Storm, kind of iffy, but I think actually Storm more so since she has more power sets, but people just like giving her the lightning.
That's what I'm saying. They talking about some C. No, he's not agreeing with you. He's confirming both of what we were saying. He doesn't count as a lightning character. Stop playing. Black Adam literally uses lightning in his shit. It says it in his wiki bio. I'm trying to fucking tell them, dude. It says it in his fucking wiki bio that he controls lightning.
Yeah. But that's the fucked up part because Black Adam is just like fucking Shazam. And if you look up Shazam shit, if it doesn't like highlight control lightning on Shazam shit, then I'm calling racism on that shit. I'm not gonna lie to you, because it's like it's a pantheon of gods put into his power pool, and they just like giving him the lightning. But for Shazam, like he doesn't really he controls lightning, but that's not really what people always give him. They'll focus on like the flight, the super strength, the speed. You know what I'm saying?
But they did that in the wiki for Black Adam. They gave him all of that, and it quite literally says controls lightning and magic on top of like the wisdom, the super strength, the flight, and all that other stuff.
Yeah. So it's a lightning character. People like the lightning shit for Black Adam. Yeah, it's kind of a racist thing sometimes. I don't know why. I don't know where the fuck that shit started at. It's weird. I don't know.
That's what I'm trying, and
Ice
it's even
too.
it's
Ice powers is another thing that I notice sometimes.
like Frozone in fucking what do you call it? Incredibles, right?
Yeah, like Frozone in the Incredibles. The Water Tribe is like looks very darker tinted in Avatar than
In
like
Avatar,
any other tribe.
yeah.
And they're like, you know, the ice is like one of their big things. I don't know. either we're just brain broken on it, or there's an actual problem. But that's just my opinion on it.
That's dude. I appreciate the information. That's what, and they trying to exclude anime, but I'm like, it's more so in anime than anything else. And the thing about anime, they just slap white hair on them.
Stereotype everything.
Dude, they just slap white hair on them and give them electricity powers.
Yeah, the only black people in Naruto is the Hidden Cloud, and they're all black, and they all use lightning.
I literally brought that up as a point. They have a whole fucking village as a stereotype, dude.
Yeah.
As an unwritten rule of a stereotype. That's it. That's all I wanted to confirm. I had to prove my point and let the viewer know. They talking about I ain't talking about anime because it's probably a thing there. I don't know. It still counts. Just because you don't know about it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. What are we talking about?
A good test is to get like two tabs open. Go on Google and ask for a list of black superheroes, and then go on that same and then open up another tab and then ask Google for a list of black superheroes with lightning based powers. If that list is pretty even, it specified for comics to make it easier on the system. But if that list is pretty damn even, then you might have a stereotype on your hands.
I might have to do that. I might have to try that. Well, I appreciate your I appreciate your input, bro. I just want to call and speak on that because I told him, I was like, y'all keep talking. I'm gonna call my brother because he actually indulges in comics like that. I know vague knowledge. He actually knows the shit about the shit. Thanks, bro. You doing all right though?
Are you tired?
Not now. I'm fully awake with this goddamn debate. You goddamn had me phoning a friend. He agrees with me, you just doing me dirty? What you talking about? Not even close to even. I don't even need a list to know them all by heart. Counting your bullshit ass picks, it still ain't even close to even. What the fuck are we talking about? Dude, you didn't hear what he said. Matter of fact, you didn't hear what both of us said. Earlier, I said it is not as extreme as I'm making it sound for the bit. 1. 2, he also said most of the comic book examples in today's time are from old school ass characters or legacy characters from old school comic books that still exist in today's time that carried over. They were made under the stereotypical racist scope of this is what a black character should have. It happened. We're not saying that the list outweighs the fucking list of characters that don't. We're saying that this is a fucking thing. And even though you don't watch anime or read manga, it's more so of a thing over there. Especially with Japan. Japan heavily stereotypes anybody that is not Japanese. This is not some shit I'm making up. This is not some old kid canon. This is an actual fucking thing. When it comes to black characters, their main power is revolving around lightning for some reason. I'm pretty sure that's not what he said. I'm pretty sure you need to get your ears checked. Do we need to fold your ears inward and fix your eardrums? I heard what the fuck he said.
Let's take this slowly and carefully.
What are we talking about? He said a lot of black characters come from milestones, which is true. He also said a lot of the characters that we're talking about that fall under that racist scope usually fall under the goddamn scope of the old world thinking. You would know if you weren't typing while he was saying that. Trying to prove a point. Probably a thing in anime, but comics ain't anime. Dude, it's a thing in both. I don't know what to tell you, dude. That, like, it's a thing. It's not some superimposed thing that's like overarching on the planet or something that even black comic book enjoyers or black nerds, for lack of a better term, take the time to acknowledge as something that needs to be fixed. It's just the thing, and we know about it. It's not as much of a thing of like women being portrayed badly in like alternative media in general, cartoons, manga, comic, anime, all this other stuff. However, it's still a fucking thing to this day. Point blank, I don't know what else to tell you. You had me phone a fucking family member for that shit, dude. What the fuck? It's like, let me call my goddamn brother. let me get the actual deets. You can't just not count anime and manga as a medium because you don't indulge in them. Technically, I don't indulge in comics, but I still consider those. What the fuck? That's also not correct because Black Lightning and I'm assuming you're saying Storm are from the 60s. Black Adam is from the 40s. Static is from the 90s. And Thunder and Miles are from the 2000s. Thunder and Miles are an exception to old world thinking. Especially, I don't know much about Thunder. Miles, literally, they gave birth to Miles because Childish Gambino wanted to be Spider-Man. And somebody thought it was cool enough to make a comic about it. That's not old world thinking. Childish Gambino is very much a black guy. And the fact that a comic book was like, oh, a comic book writer was like, oh, let's do this, that's new world thinking. However, ain't no fucking way, especially in the time that I was born, from early 90s even to the early 2000s, you're going to tell me old world thinking was not still a thing. If this is a trope, I wouldn't exclude Miles. I'm not excluding Miles from the trope. I'm excluding Miles from this character was birthed from the old world type of thinking. But motherfuckers was still thinking like that in the 90s. Now, whether you want to acknowledge that or not, that's a whole nother story, and I'll leave you to argue that with your mammy. But back in those times, the old world thinking, it was definitely still a fucking thing. Dude, look at the state of the goddamn world now. You got motherfuckers mad because they breathe black. What the fuck are we talking about? People still think about that to this day, not as frequently, not as outwardly in the open compared to the fucking social standard. But back in the early 90s, that definitely was a thing. Matter of fact, Static Shock was all about that shit. That whole goddamn, I don't know about the comic. I can't tell you the comic. But the show, that whole motherfucking show was about, talking about the issues about racism and what do you call it? Issues within a black community.
Good. You found it.
Also, that's 6 compared to a list of black characters is drastically less. I'm not going to disagree with you. I already know it's drastically less. But I'm not going to say it's not a trope. Is it a defining trope that is like documented in a statistic book somewhere about different types of tropes? No. However, is it a thing that is acknowledged among black nerds? Yes. It most definitely is a thing. It's so much of a thing that we, as a community, acknowledged it amongst each other and said, hold on, wait, this is done at a very, like, a weirdly successful rate, for lack of a better whatever the fuck I'm trying to say. It most certainly is a thing. Miles was made by a woke ass black guy. Why you say it like he wasn't supposed to be that? Before Miles, this Black Lightning character Charger narrative didn't even exist. There wasn't something people this wasn't something people even start talking about
To be honest,
until after Miles, because it was a part of life.
alone, the weight of duty felt suffocating.
The same way back in the day when motherfuckers made characters
Together,
in movies and TV shows
find a way. Let's go.
and only operated as if the only time like black people were useful, quote unquote, to society is if they were a buddy cop to a white guy. It wasn't something motherfuckers were sparking debates about. We live in a whole ass different time. Of course motherfuckers are gonna acknowledge it after we get the first black Spider-Man ever. Before that, the only other colored Spider-Man was Miles or Miguel O'Hara.
No, of course I wasn't sleeping.
We notice these things, especially, dude, we live in a time now where black superheroes are being more of a prominent thing. Back then, they were rare and few. And they were very much stereotyped, dude. They weren't the Superman or even the fucking Batman.
Shall we rest a while?
Let's go to the Confluence. I ain't been there. I don't think I've been there at all. Yeah, this is the first. I need this. Look at that.
Something that Let's take the
Archive menu.
right on then. The sunken city. A horror is preventing us from mapping its topography. Let's go defeat it.
Oh, you meant static before? Let me read that again then. Before static, this Black Lightning Charger narrative didn't even exist. This was something people didn't even start talking about. Dude, it didn't have to be a narrative that the collective public was talking about because it went unnoticed. We live in such a time now where this shit is accepted. Back then, motherfuckers really weren't talking about this shit. However, that doesn't mean it wasn't a thing because we still have Black Adam on the list, who quite literally in the bio read what the fuck his powers were. But he was an ancient Egyptian who used the powers of lightning and magic. Stuff like that is not gonna go unnoticed by black people. Dude, a lot of shit goes unnoticed by black people. We're not some fucking monolith that like gets everything at all at one time. Shit, the shit that we learning about now today is new to us. There were 3 total before. What did I use? There were 3 total before static. Dude, that wasn't even our original shit. Do you understand what I'm saying? We're not talking about who the originators of it before. We were arguing as if it were an actual point.
I'll kill you.
Miles isn't the first Black Spider-Man. Spider-Punk was, I'm pretty sure. You can have that.
Vermin.
I told you before. Matter of fact, I know I don't know as much about comics. I know enough to get me by in the conversation. 9 times out of 10, you're right about Spider-Punk because I didn't even take him into consideration. That's how much I read comics. I ain't saying it ain't. I'm saying it ain't no trope, and the most ones you want to include are a stretch at best. I'm saying it is a trope, and just because there aren't a massive amount of handful of characters that you can place on a list with comic books alone does not mean that it isn't, because we're still escaping the fact that you're moving away from anime and manga as if they don't exist just because you don't indulge in them. That doesn't make it not a thing. Am I gonna find a list of Marvel characters Marvel black characters who have lightning, and Marvel black characters who don't have lightning? Am I gonna find a list where this outweighs this, or the characters who have it outweighs the characters who don't? Probably not. Am I gonna find a definite pattern in the amount of black characters in the overarching nerd spectrum between anime, manga, comic books, video games, and TV movie adaptations? Am I gonna find a shit ton there? You bet your ass. They're different mediums with different writers and different culture. It don't translate because you don't partake in one. It does translate. What the fuck are we talking about? There's still mediums that black people indulge in. Just because you don't see it from your perspective of, or you don't take note of your perspective of what other black people are noticing, doesn't mean it's not a thing. Especially when you don't consider one of the mediums that black people consume the most, which is anime and manga. One of the mediums that they consume the most is anime and manga.
It seems safe here.
If we go by your logic, we have to remove a whole ass genre or medium because you don't indulge in it. That's not how statistics work. There might be some before Spider. What the fuck is up with the latency, dude? Twitch used to be quicker than that. I gotta fix my shit. Every time I come back in this bitch, yeah, I found my settings keep getting fucked. I'm not gonna bitch about it too much. I'm a bitch, but I'm not gonna bitch about it too much. There might be someone before Spider-Punk, I don't know, but Hobby came before Miles. Hobby did come before Miles. Miles is hella new. I know that for a fact. Miles only came about because Childish Gambino raised concerns about being the next Spider-Man, and they didn't want him to. But so they gave basically a black character his own like comic book series. Whoever came before Hobby, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I need 3,000. 4,000. Jesus. Get this mouse out of here. Statistically is not a, we're not talking about statistics, and I established that well in the beginning. I literally said it's not a thing that's backed by like statistics or documents. This is just something that we as a community have noticed, and it's something that they keep putting in front of our faces, and it's not something that everybody's like, hey, we need to do something about it, this thing, but we know it's there. We know it's there. You just said statistically, yeah, because you literally typed it in the chat. At the beginning of this, towards the beginning of this conversation, I said this is not something that is backed by like, you're not finding this shit factually. Like, there's a whole ass, how can I say this? There's a whole ass website, and I know this for a fact. There's a whole ass website dedicated to writing tropes. You're not going to find in there a trope dedicated to black people with lightning powers. That's not an actual thing. Is it a thing that exists? Yes. Is it a thing that black people as a whole, as nerds, have noticed? Yes, it's actually a thing. Does the thing outweigh the thing that isn't in comic books? No. As a whole, with video games and anime and comics and movies and cartoons, it actually exists. It's a thing. There's people that talk about it, but that don't mean it's real. It's probably... It's probably on it. It's not on that site. I'm willing to bet it's not an official trope. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not an official writing trope. There's definite official writing tropes. That's not one of them. Is it something that is noticed? Is it something that people do? At least that more so anime and manga do today. And some comics still do. They keep up with, and a lot of comic book characters still carry that trope. Yes, it is a thing. You can't discredit a whole goddamn a race of people's experience just because it's not what you experience personally or something that you acknowledge. That's literally not how that works. There's no such thing as an official trope. Oh, I beg to differ, dude. I beg to fucking differ. There are tropes. Right? There are tropes. And they exist. Where's that? I used to have a site that I would go to, dude. TV tropes. There's a whole ass site. I'm quite literally looking at it. It's not called writing tropes, but there's a site called TV tropes. It tells you all of the tropes to ever exist that are official. And I even use this lightly within air quotations within writing works. It's not a race of people's experience. It's it's not a myth. Now you actually just making shit up. I feel like you trolling. The majority of black people don't even. Okay, now I'm gonna need you to chill out. I'm gonna need you to chill out. Cause now you like, I don't know what kind of weird ass stereotype that is, but I'm gonna need you to actually chill. That's not even stereotype. That's like I don't know what the fuck that was, but I'm gonna need you to chill. What you mean? What that comment that you just made, saying a majority of black people don't even read comics, unless you can bring me something that you've made yourself, surveying all of black people to ever exist, and like literally factually acknowledging that they don't read comics, then you can say shit like that. That's like hella fucked. Unless you know for yourself that don't say shit like that. Unless you know for yourself for that to be true, that majority of black people don't read comic books, which I know is fucking false. That's not true. The vast majority of people don't read comics. Where are you getting this from? Of course, the majority of black people don't read comics. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm being dead ass too. There's no kind of like joking tone within my voice right now. What the hell are you talking about? Once again, just because you're not experiencing something within your range or within your area or your worldview doesn't mean that it's not happening. There quite literally is conventions of motherfuckers that wake up and go to goddamn areas full of all black people ever. Well, that's easy to prove because comics have only existed for 100 years. What the fuck are you actually talking about? I'm gonna need if you saying some shit like that, I'm gonna need you to actually come correct. It's a difference between us doing a bullshit debate by you like generalizing and stereotyping a whole group of people. Black people read comics, dude. I don't know who the fuck told you that they don't, or that the majority of them don't, but they damn sure do. Just because I don't mean it's not a fucking thing. There's a black fan base in comics, but that doesn't mean the majority of black people read comics is not a stereotype. People just don't. People do read comics. You're saying a majority of black people don't even read comics. That doesn't make fucking sense, dude. Are you saying the majority of black people read comics? I'm saying I don't. Neither one of us know what the majority of black people do. Like that, it sounds fucked up. So that's how I'm taking it. Neither one of us know what black people do, but to say that they don't, or that almost all, like, majority of black people don't, the majority, you saying more than half of a handful, dude. That's a lot of motherfuckers that we're accounting for that we don't know about, which I know is not true. A lot of black people read fucking comics, dude. The race as a whole, no. No whole race is... We talking about this extreme shit that you be doing. Not all of anybody does anything. We ain't even gotta be talking about comics. But to say the majority of black people don't read comics, like, that's false. You can say I would even accept you saying most people in general don't read comics, sure. But you making it, like, the way you're wording it, you're making it sound as if black people don't take the time to read comics. A small minority of black people read comics because a small minority of all people read comics. That's how statistics work, and it'd be absurd to assume otherwise. It'd be absurd to assume that we know the exact number of how many people read what. The fuck are we talking about? I never said an exact number. Yeah, you generalized it. Which is essentially saying a fucking number. You said a majority of. Next to near all black people don't read comics is what you're saying. That's a big chunk. I'm not saying all of the whole race of black people reads comics. No one is fucking saying that. The way you're wording your shit is you're making it sound like most of black people don't take time to interest themselves in comics. That's not true. So few people read comics, the total number would still be a minority of black people. Once again, you got to bring... I don't... If you're saying shit like this, I need data backed up. Don't tell me to look up shit. When you make claims like this, you send me the link, or you point me in the right direction to where I can see this. And even then, that shit will still be questionable, because we're still not accounting for the whole of people. We're accounting for a small group of people that may or may not have been surveyed on whether they read comics or not. We're still not accounting. We're like, I'm telling you, you saying shit like that, I'm gonna teach you around here. I'm gonna be real technical with you when it comes to saying shit.
Come again.
I wasn't even done.
Welcome. Anything you want.
Can I sell this guy? Nothing, no substance. Let's transform. I can't sell this shit. They're only giving me 100 for it.
not to damage it too much. Brace yourself! Fight to the end! I am yours to wield. I won't hold back!
Uh, 39 million people read comics each year. The majority of which is in South America. There's one. What? 39 people 39 million people globally. Girl, what the fuck are you doing in chat? 39 million people read comics each year. 39 million globally, of course. There's 1.3 billion black people on Earth. It's basic math. So, as we always do with these, are you arguing in favor of what the fuck I'm saying? Because by your math, there's more black people on Earth than there are people who read comics. That like a big chunk of that black population would be involved in the 39 million people that read comics. We're not including anime, or we're not including manga in that. Just comics alone. Hell, that's not even including manga, which it would make it more. I said very clearly the majority of black people do not read comics. And my thing is, how would you know this? How would you... A statistic is not going to tell you that. What are we actually talking about here? Because 39 million is smaller than 1.3 billion, but more of the 1.3 billion could fit in the 39 million. So what are we actually talking about? Where is this math coming from, dude? If you would have said there's 39 million black people, but there's 1.3 billion people that read comics, that would make sense for a smaller amount of the black people that exist on Earth to read or be in the smaller like group of people that read the comics out of the 39 million people. You're saying there's more black people on Earth than there is people who read comics. So if we're only counting in the black people and we're not figuring in any other race, there's a big chunk of that 1.3 billion, which is a huge ass number, well overlapping the 39 million that go into that 39 million of people that read comics each year. That's still a lot. That's not a minority at all. That's like, if we're not configuring any race, that's a lot. Assuming 100% of people who read comics are black, the majority of black people would still not read comics. What? $39 million is smaller than 51% of 1 billion. Buddy, I'm not negating that fact. You said it's a common race of people's experience. It's not a common myth. The majority of black people don't even read comics. It's the way you came in with what the fuck you just said after I tried to explain to you that just because it's not your experience doesn't mean it's not a valid experience or a myth. It's not a myth because motherfuckers actually acknowledge it, and it actually happens in comic books and anime and video games and manga and movies and TVs. It's not just media that you absorb. When you came into that, you made it sound as if black people as a whole not only weren't having the experience of acknowledging that black characters in these mediums get shuffled the lightning power for lack of creativity. I'm saying lack of creativity based on my own bias. It could be for whatever reason. But the way you worded it made it sound as if black people as a whole do not read comics at all. People believing it doesn't make it it's not a belief, it's a thing. The majority of people have no experience with comics at all and believe what they've been told about something they've never interacted with. So once again, what are you basing this information off of? Is your experience being based off of just statistics and your, oh, I think this is happening, or is this actual experience? Going back to the comment about the majority of black people. How are you knowing that the majority of black people aren't reading comics? Just because an internet site told you numbers or gave you data doesn't mean that that's the actual thing. Let's not go into the fucking semantics about statistics and how they actually apply to the overall arching of life, because once again, you're still unaccounting for people that don't even figure into those statistics. Six characters in the history of comics doesn't make it a thing. It's a fact that the majority of people do not read comics. It is fundamentally accurate. The majority of black population does not read. You're not understanding what I'm saying, dude. You're not understanding what I'm saying. The statistics does not hide the fact that what you said sounds fucked. I'm allowing the conversation for the sake of the history you had on this channel. If you were to say that in front of anybody else, pal, there would be a fight on your fucking hands. That's what I'm trying to get across to you. Just because you have numbers and data in front of you, that does not equate to the overarching like reality of what's going on. This is why we had a like separation of thought when it came to the conversation about how money is ran in the world. Because it's not just all about statistics and data and based off of one thing. They have groups of people that they work with for a fucking reason, that tell them how things work, who needs what, and what goes into it. It's not just, you don't place numbers in front of motherfuckers. Numbers can get you somewhere. Numbers can get you data. That's not gonna account for every fucking thing. So yes, it is inaccurate to sit here and say the majority of black people don't read comics, regardless of what numbers you're reading, because we first of all, we don't know the majority of black people. Just because Google's telling you, hey, here's the population of black people, here's the population of people who read comics, hey, how about you put 2 and 2 together? We can't configure that shit. There would not be a fight they'd understand what I'm saying. No, they won't. Not off of that sentence alone. Once again, this is based off of your experience. We come from 2 different fucking backgrounds. That's how I know what the fuck I'm saying. It is right. I am not discrediting your statistics. Once again, I'm not discrediting the fact that I was blowing the conversation up for the sake of a bit. I am not sitting here and saying that the trope of black people with lightning powers overweighs the black people in entertainment media without it, or fictional media without it. I'm saying it is a thing. And just because it's you don't partake in anime doesn't negate it or diminish it at all. Also, just because you have numbers does not tell us what the majority of black people do on their personal time or in their private space, or aside from the other motherfuckers who don't configure or did not participate in that survey of the data. If you're not picking up what I'm saying, because I'm I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt of saying, dude, I agree with the fuck you're saying, but the way you're wording and saying shit is wrong. At least in this space. That's what the fuck I'm saying. Numbers and statistics can only do so much. It literally does. That's how studies work. And I'm telling you, that's not how life works. Life is not completely based off of studies. If it was, we would have been fucked 50 years ago. This goes back to the conversation we was having about how people run money. They understand this. It's not just data. They have focus groups of motherfuckers that come in and simulate how real world situations work or how real world people work in order to configure their money to be ran in a certain way. This doesn't just apply to money. This applies to actual groups, races, people, entertainment, money, blah, 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 yada, yada. It like, most of them can be configured to the same. Studies are conducted in a way that they are as close as possible to the representative of the entire population. A general basis. A general basis. Because we're still not taking into consideration. You take data as is, as front. Study ain't gonna tell me if you read comics, but it's gonna tell me the majority of the population that still doesn't say shit. You're not accounting for the motherfuckers that didn't take the statistics out of the 3 billion people that is still that 1 point whatever billion people of black people that grows at an exponential rate on the daily. You don't take in consideration for the people that actually don't read comics but said that they do, the motherfuckers that do but said that they don't, and the people that don't take into the fucking survey. Also, the conflated data can be conflated. It can be fucked. As fucked as that is for people to hear, as much as people don't want to hear that shit, we know that to be true. Look at our fucking government. And don't sit here and act like goddamn shit can't be contrived. I'm not saying that that's the case for this, but I'm trying to get across to you that there's more than just data to consider when we talk about shit. Every study worth anything has done what? The study accounts for people who didn't involve themselves in the study. Otherwise, the study would be useless. Every study worth anything has done. I can't read that right because it's not worded right. Every study worth anything has done this since the history of studies, and you don't need a study to know the majority of people don't read comics because 39 million is a lot smaller than 8 billion. Comic sales alone, excuse me. Comic sales alone illuminates facts. Dude, I'm gonna put it to you like this. Unless you just argue to argue, I'm honestly perturbed by the way you said that. I'm letting you know that bothered me because it it sounds fuck. It made it the way it was worded made it sound like you were saying black people don't bother reading comics. I'm not down to argue right now. So I'm gonna say this: data isn't everything. That's what I'm trying to get to you. There is an extreme way to see shit. There is a data. There is a what do they call it? There's an empirical way to look at shit. I understand that. I get that. I acknowledge that in my own life. As being a motherfucker who looks at shit from like the spiritual, realistic quote side of shit. However, that is only one side to life. Data itself is not going to give you the everything end all be all information of because that's not how life works. Especially if data is taken at a specific point in time in life and life continues to move on. We continue to gather information. We continue to grow people. We continue to have different mindsets and different ways of living. All of that shit changes. It is everything. You just never it's not everything. It's not everything. And I don't have to understand you. We don't have to understand each other for that to be a fact. You gotta live life. Like that's my only thing to tell you. And I tell a motherfucker well into his 60s that if he came to me telling me that statistics and data is all that matter, that's not the truth. That's not the motherfucking truth. It's the study of everything. Just because it's called the study of everything doesn't mean it's actually everything. we not gonna be on the same page about this, and we're not gonna be on the same page until you understand like there are more than just one ways to think about life. Life is not one way. Life does not cater to one way of thinking. That's not how it works as a whole. And what's got y'all fucked up is motherfuckers with money, they understand this. Which is why they keep doing what they doing. Raising prices, fucking y'all over, taking away your fucking rights. When talking about populations is infinitely more important than personal experience. This, once again, this is an extreme view. Say it like from the way you talk to the way you present information, you present it as if it's definite, as if it's no other way. That's how I know. I don't gotta know your age. I don't gotta know where the fuck you at. You ain't gotta have a goddamn degree. I know you haven't lived enough life experience to know. And if you have lived more life than me, life ain't teaching you what the fuck it's supposed to be teaching you. Data is one way to see life. Data is not the end all be all. Data is not everything. Because data is not the only thing that makes up life. We ain't even got from the goddamn surface level of the shit all the way to the core of what makes life what it is. Data is important, yes, but also the personal experience is also just as important as data. You can't have one without the other. If you do, whatever system that you're trying to uphold or that they're saying we're supposed to be moving toward is fucked. It's fucked before it even started. Matter of fact, that's why the planet over is fucking itself now, because everybody's trying to see shit from one fucking perspective. That's not how shit works. I'm telling you that from personal experience. What is more important, what my personal experience says black people want, or what the majority of black people say they want? If you're going off of data, how are you knowing what black people actually fucking want? And what's the context of this question? What are we referring that to? Because of once again, what's the context? What are we talking about? The first is personal experience, the second is data. And you're not under. How are you so stuck in your data shit that you're not understanding that personal experience is what makes up data? You can't have one without the other. You don't need a statistics sheet to know that. You're quickly losing me, goat. Cause I'm tired and I don't have enough, like, buddy. I'm not energized enough for this shit. I'm not. If you want to have the personal belief that data is what makes up everything as a whole, you're more than welcome to have that. If you're gonna come up in this space, my own personal domain, and try to convince me like that is the way that it is, I'm going to push against that. Because I know from my own life experience, from the life that I live, that's not the case. Even my way of thinking is not the fucking case. I understand that. Personal experience, spiritual experience, life experience, life in a fucking a project, a trailer home, whatever the fuck. That is one specific experience, not only tailored to me, but tailored to a whole list of variables that entail that. There's nuance, there's layers to that shit. Any motherfucker that is looking at anything, whether it be personal experience or data, and saying that this is it, is a fucking fool. That's how life works. For example, in the 1860s, my personal experience may make me think that Pan-Africanism is what black people want. But any study from the time would show that's very... What the fuck are you talking about? Hello? And this is another thing that I'm talking about, because I know we're not basing any of actual statistic or factual data based on anything past the recent fucking 50 years? All of that was catered to anybody who wasn't black. There was no real data in who, if you weren't black, if you weren't a woman, if you were black, a woman, you were gay. All of that was contrived. All of that was quote unquote forged or manufactured to fit a certain demographic or stereotype. So you've already defeated, if you use that as an example, you already defeated your point. You even said it in the comics. That's examples of data being like not being accurate or useful. Matter of fact, there was a recent study that showed that almost all of the information that they had on women about how they live their lives and how their bodies work and what they actually need to survive as far as like health and mental health and stability and psychological needs, all of that was fucked because it was seen from a man's point of view about what a man thought a woman wanted. So you're not going to sit here and tell me that data is the end all be all. That's bullshit, and you know it. You're arguing to argue. My point is personal experience and trustworthy, and I just proved to you in that example, black people and women alone. We ain't going to count any other race. Personal experience and data both are untrustworthy. Personal experience is untrustworthy simply for the fact that a motherfucker can lie. A motherfucker can tell you some shit that's not true. Within the years, especially where black people weren't considered a human or women weren't considered viable contributors to society, all of those stats were configured to make it look like from the standpoint of a white male. It did not benefit women. It did not benefit gays. It didn't benefit you or me, because both of us are a part of that. Black people, melanin people, all of that. They are just now coming out to discover that the statistics and data that they had on women was all contrived and received from the standpoint of what a white man thought that a not even black woman, a white woman needed to survive and be a contributing factor to society. All of that is horseshit based on how we live our lives now. All of the shit about black people, about what they were, what they weren't, what they could do, what they had the ability to do, what they actually contributed, was bullshit. We still finding out shit about black people that they created in the past that we thought were fucking contributing to white people. We getting the fuck out of here, dude. I'm telling you, you are more than welcome to be data is how I live my life and data is how I see things. That's fine. But if you come up in this bitch, I'm gonna make you understand. Not even my fucking point of view is the one way be all to go. It's fucked. It's not. And you literally, by bringing up the fucking 1860s argument, you literally just proved my point. That neither is the end all be all. Neither are trustworthy or untrustworthy. They have to be put the fucking together. If not, we get cases like, oh, black people are only considered a fifth of a human. Black people can only do this. They're not able to be contributing members of the workforce. Women can't work. They need to do what their body is naturally equipped to do. What nature has made them to do. They have to be in a house. They have to do this. This shit was based off of data. So what the fuck are we talking about? Data is testable and you're required to publish methodology. The failings of pre-scientific method data is not what I'm referring to. That's still, nope, fuck that. That's still data. That's scientific data. Based in science. Ain't no pre-scientific nothing. You want to talk about pre-scientific, we need to go back before the fucking 1800s. We're talking data that is, and when I say just now, within the past 10 to 15 years, being found out that we've been following this whole time as truth and fact. And it was bullshit based off of racism, off of classism, off of sexism. We still have data and tests that's based off them shits. scientific method is different from science. It is science. It derives from science. Go, we're not doing this. We're not. With all of this, with the way that you present yourself, I know you're not stupid. Please don't come in my chat and act like it. I'm not like I'm my bullshit meter. You've like depleted that, dude. Don't come in my chat and act like you don't know what's what. You know it's fucked. You are a gay, non-binary lesbian lady. Do not come in my chat and act like you don't know what's what. Considering the fact that both black people and women and gay people have been put in statistics and data from these quote-unquote scientific findings or testable findings and methods, and come to find that they're all fucked and based in hate and racism. Because all you're doing right now is contributing to that system. Unless that's your goal, and if it is, buddy, you have no place here. I'm saying that with a straight ass face. I don't know how else to tell you. Motherfucker, you depleted the like, let's make it a fucking bit meter. If we're really gonna go into this, pal, if we're really gonna do these kind of talks, yeah, I'm gonna need you to come all the way correct. That shit was fucked as hell, but it was scientific method that disproved that fuck shit. But it still was data. People still made studies about it. And mind you, once again, we're only talking about America's history with like 3 different demographics between gay people, black people, and women. Technically 4. White men, gay people, black people, and women. And all of that data was based off of whether or not any of those other demographics can hold themselves up to the standard of the quote-unquote white male. Matter of fact, personal experience wasn't even considered in that. I know what you're talking about when you say data. And I'm telling you, we're done with this conversation, my dude. It's not going anywhere. Because you're not understanding. And you think I'm not understanding you. I understand you quite well. I'm trying to get you. What I'm trying to get you to understand is that it's not as black and white as you're making it. That's the best way that I can put it for you. These conversations that we're having is not black and white. There is no, oh, I'm right, or oh, you're wrong, or oh, this is the right way, this is the wrong way. I'm telling you, all that gets taken into account. And especially if we're taking the last 100 to 200 years into account, buddy, none of that was personal experience. All of that was data based on the mindsets of a set group of people who had superiority over a margin of motherfuckers. And we're just now, when I say just now, the last 15 to 20 years, 10, 15, 20, within the recent 2000s, finding out that this shit was fucked. Or coming to understand and accept that this shit was fucked, and it had nothing to do with actual data and everything to do with this group is superior to these groups. So therefore, we make the rules, we make the data, we decide what it is that they do in society, and that's been the fucking way. What I'm trying to get you to understand is data can be fucked. Most of the time, in now's climate, is somebody going out there and being like, hey, here is 20% of blah, blah, blah. Here's 40% of blah, blah, blah. I'm just going to put these together and get 130%. 9 times out of 10, most people are doing that. And even when I say 9 times out of 10, that's a big-ass generalization. That's me stretching. That's me doing shit for a bit. However, recent times has shown us this is possible. And if it benefits the motherfuckers with the most money, going back to the talk we had about motherfuckers with money, it is what's put in place. Whether that be with history. Hell, we can even go into goddamn history. Let's not even start talking about the fucking Native American history in this country alone. Aside from black people and women and gay people. Oh no, we gonna get rest. But I'm gonna make my point across before I get the fuck up off this thing. History, statistics, data, even science itself. All of that shit can be marginalized and shaped depending on who the motherfucker is in control that wants to shape it as what the fuck they're shaping it as. Unfortunately, in recent times, if you were not a white male, the data was not in your favor. They didn't even give a fuck about your favor. They had black people thinking that they weren't human. They had women thinking that they weren't important, that the only thing that they were capable of was cooking and cleaning and having and fucking and having babies. They made gay people think that they weren't even allowed to fucking live. What the fuck are we talking about? And with all of it, the way that you talk and the way that you present stuff to me, there's no way that you're gonna sit here and convince me that you don't take into consideration that all of this stuff, especially if you actually do your fucking research and you actually about their life, there's no way you sit here talking to me about this shit and not taking all of that into fucking consideration. If not the last 100 to 200 years, bitch, the last 50 to 70 years should be more than enough proof for you to show you the history of all them groups. Black people, women, and gays. Just that alone. Real data can be proven. That shit ain't real. And buddy, you're only scratching the surface of what the fuck I've been trying to spit to you since you came on this channel spewing horse shit about whatever the fuck it is that we arguing about. Real can be determined based off of who the fuck's in control. If the motherfuckers that are in control, who has the biggest buck, who's making shit cycle, determine that black people, women, and gays aren't real people, or that the data that they're pushing over on them as real can be proven. Real is subjective as fuck, dude. And to matter of fact, I'm gonna end it on that note. I suggest you go and do a deep dive into yourself on the internet, even into data, and define what the fuck real is for you. I need you to take everything that we talked about, especially the shit about the data that has been proven about the marginalized groups, and understand that shit is as subjective as whoever the fuck is in control of the shit. That's how it fucking goes. That's how the fucking shit goes. You can't prove phrenology because that we're not talking about, dude. You're not getting it. You got to experience life, dude. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't have the capacity to argue with you anymore, because we're at this point where you're like, you're doing this and it's doing this, and then I'm doing this and it's doing this. We're getting nowhere. I can't do it no more. I've exhausted it. My voice is actually getting tired. So I'm gonna end this conversation by letting you know. Matter of fact, anybody that swooped by this bitch or is appreciating the vibe, I'm letting y'all motherfuckers know. You come around me, y'all are allowed to believe in whatever the fuck you want to. But if there's one thing I'm gonna have you understand is that your perception of what's real and what's not is subjective to who the fuck is over you. All of that shit is subjective to who the fuck it is that is in control of the life that you live. And they can be doing that shit indirectly or as directly as they want to. But the last century will show proof of that. That data don't mean shit alone. Especially if you're not considering the personal experiences of the motherfucker who the data is supposed to be targeted towards. Especially if your data is generalized. And you don't actually know the personal experiences of the motherfuckers that's going in there. And you're not, buddy, I've lived too much motherfucking life, and I've been through too much bullshit for anybody on this motherfucker to convince me otherwise. God could dick slap me in the face and tell me something different, and I'll still look at him and say, bitch, you wrong, because of what I see as what I've been seeing as real in my life for all these goddamn past years. You gotta live life, dude. That's all I'm gonna say. I ain't gonna shit on you or tell you that your experiences are invalid, but I am gonna tell you, if you sitting here living life only thinking that statistics and data is the only way to make claim to something, you gotta live more. You have to fundamentally understand that's not how life works. Remember, kids, real things can be fundamentally proven, and if you want to find out if something's fake, all you have to do is test it for consistency. Hey, remember, kids, that real is subjective as fuck. Is the one of the biggest illusions behind normality and behind beauty.
Did you find something?
If you want fucking proof of that, they convinced black people that they weren't real. They are still actively trying to convince gay people in your community, GOAT, that they don't deserve to exist on this planet, that they don't have a valid place. You think buddy, this ain't, we're not even gonna get into that. This ain't got shit to do with the Matrix. Even if that movie didn't exist, I'm gonna still look you in the face and tell you real is as subjective as an illusion as normality and beauty. This ain't got shit to do with a goddamn hyperbolic ass cyber, whatever the fuck you want to call it, dystopian future about vague philosophies and concepts. A movie series that I enjoy, but that ain't got shit to do with this. They convinced women that they weren't good for anything other than having babies and attending to men. It kind of seems like you on that life is an illusion. I didn't even go into that. That's not what I was saying. That's how, like I said, dude, you need to live life. I weren't even close to bringing up the fucking Matrix. Just because I said normality and beauty is an illusion, just like what's quote unquote real, ain't got shit to do with living inside of a simulation. While they are often interconnected and they do often intertwine within each other, that's not what this topic's about. That's a whole nother fucking topic for a whole nother energy for a whole nother me on a different ass day. We're talking about our actual real life experiences. Everything I said can be applied to the real world. And if you keep ignoring the fact of what I'm saying about the black people, the gay people, and the women, then you just doing this shit to argue. Which is why I'm done with this conversation. So I'm going to bed. You can ponder on that. You can claim the right to be right. I don't give a fuck. I've exhausted myself of this. And you can think about that however you want. I'm out this bitch.
It's important to take a good hard look at yourself once in a while.
And I will do that, especially after this conversation. I'm not bullshitting. Kendra, I appreciate the follow earlier. Who else stopped by? I blame Spider-Man. Don't blame Spider-Man for what you did. Take responsibility for starting that shit. You came in talking shit about data and blah blah yada yada, and we had a very extensive ass conversation. Spider-Man ain't do shit. Who all came in today? I believe I can't see the older chat. Lady and Olivia, I think, came earlier today. Goat, I appreciate your conversation. However, I'm just gonna have to break for the night. Spider-Man ain't making me do shit. I chose to engage in a conversation, but like I said, you come back with these conversations. The next time you come with a half-ass conversation and it's not backed with some kind of sustenance and only generalizations and black and white thinking, I'm gonna shut it down. I'm shutting it down and shutting it off. Not the stream, but the conversation. I don't want to do it. It is intellectually exhausting having to try and do mental gymnastics to prove to you, one, that you ain't trying to argue just to argue, and two, that it's not a one-way type of thinking. Not even my way. I have to fucking stress that. It's motherfuckers, it's already enough motherfuckers out in the world, especially in my goddamn job, that think I think one kind of way or am not open-minded to some shit. No, fuck all that. Not even my way. Matter of fact, even if I made a goddamn planet of motherfuckers to have their own will in existence, I would don't even follow me. Don't even listen to what I fucking say. Find out for your goddamn self. I'm just gonna let you. I never argue just to argue. And buddy, if I had a system that banned you every time you lied, you would be banned from this channel eternally. Buddy, you would be banned eternally. I'm just not good at convincing. If you want to be good at convincing, I only lie when it's funny. Buddy, you're lying right now. You're lying right now, and it's not funny right now, and it's still a lie. I'm just not good at convincing. You need to live life to be good at convincing. And that causes you to experience a lot of shit that will cause you... The way that you can be good at convincing, pal, is if you go through some shit that's going to change your mind about what you thought was real or true. Which is why I suggested what I suggested in the beginning. No, I need to ask more questions. And more questions, you ask the right questions, it's going to get you to the right places in life. In order to ask questions and to get more answers to your questions, you got to live life. You have to. Like, if you want actual answers, you need to look outside of what the fuck it is that you think is like your way of living or thinking. I had to do that. That's the only reason I'm telling you this shit. I'm like, we sit here joking and gabbing around. We be like, you cracking jokes, but I'm being dead ass serious. Leading questions are superior, but I prefer statements, and nobody likes being told how things are. Buddy, nobody likes being told how things are because fundamentally, we talk about fundamentals. Fundamentally, subconsciously, everybody knows that things aren't what they fucking seem. Meaning that things are a one-way type of thinking. If everybody believed so, we'd all be doing the same shit. We'd all be looking the same. Engaged in the same fucking interests. Thinking that the one type of way of thinking is the only type of way of thinking. We know that's not the case. And people are more than likely, especially if you're talking with somebody that really, really know what the fuck they talking about, they're not going to like a statement that comes at them as if it's truth when they know shit's subjective. Humans just like feeling smart. Well, then you telling on yourself. Once again, you arguing just to argue. I'm not sure why we having it. I'm going to bed, dude.
Let's take this slowly and carefully.
I'm going to bed. Good night, goat. You take care of yourself. Go experience life and then come back at me. I mean, do humans like feeling smart? You tell me. You have the data. Why you shouldn't be... If data is infinitely more important than personal experience, you answer that question. You tell me. I'm going off of what you said. If data is the most important thing in life, you should already have the answer to your question. I'm going to get the fuck out of my chat. I'm going to bed, dude. It's late. I should have been playing this motherfucker. Yeah, you got me up here arguing with you about motherfucking statistics and philosophy of life. Anywho. Is data the most important? Why are you asking me? You should already know. You miss empirical finds over here. Data is superior to all. There should be no questions asked because you already got that shit in front of you. The question is not do humans like feeling smart, or is data the most important? I do have data. They got studies on it. I just don't listen. I don't know what you're talking about anymore. I don't know what you're talking about. You need to be asking what avenues in life can you go to learn more? I said what I said. You can still be smart and be ignorant. Ignorant doesn't mean stupid. It means a lack of knowledge. And a lack of knowledge still means that you have the capacity to learn more. We all have ignorance. We all are ignorant. Because knowledge is continuous. It grows every day. There's not one motherfucker on this planet who knows everything. Empirical data or not. And if they do, I'm going to need you to get the fuck away from them. But make sure you asking where you can go to learn more in life, and I'll make sure I do the damn same too. Because apparently I gotta learn a lot to learn myself. But until then, I'm gonna get the fuck to bed and get the fuck off of this. Goat, take your ass to bed, dude. Take your ass to bed. Don't trouble me tonight. Don't do it. But I appreciate you. I appreciate your talks. Perhaps these are the talks I've been looking for, but weren't able to find. At least at my job. Bitch, they fired my ass for being so opinionated. On that note, I'm going to bed. No outro tonight, because we're going to continue this bitch right in the morning when I fucking get up. So, I'm out this bitch. Y'all have a good night. Goat, you have a good night. You take care of yourself. You stay warm. I really do appreciate you. True, mosquitoes don't talk much. Get the fuck out of my chat, dude. Go to bed. It's time to go to bed. That's it. Goat ruined it. No more streams ever. I'm ending my streaming career. That's it. No more. I'm fucking finished. I have no more to say, at least for the night. This is all done. Good night, Goat. Ever. Ever. Fucking ever. For all of eternity. For all of infinity. No more. We're through. Good night. Unfortunate. It is unfortunate. It is unfortunate. And guess who the fuck did it? Guess who the fuck did it? Guess who the fuck did it? Take your ass to bed, dude. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams. I hope I have to say this, because we can't go to bed angry at each other, right? That's the fucking rule. At least that's what they say. See you in 2 eternities. Bitch, I'll see you tomorrow. Bitch, I'll see you in 2 weeks. Look. We're not going to bed angry at each other, alright? I need a break from you. Bitch, you go in the room and you goddamn read your books and your mangas and your comics. I'm gonna go over here and play with my fucking Legos and video games. We're gonna come back. And then who did it? I'm not angry. You're not? Wait a minute. You're not? Bitch, I thought you'd be unsubscribing from the channel. Why the fuck would you want to stick around here? You know I don't just see life in one way, right? You know I'm not just a rigid ass motherfucker. You know you understand this isn't an echo chamber, right? I'm gonna need you to confirm that, because I'm gonna lock you in here. Bitch, when I close the door, I'm closing the fucking door. There's no takebacks. There's no receipts. There's no redos. There's no refunds. There is no exceptions. I would understand if you hit the unfollow button. That's fine. But just know I ain't gonna be no punk bitch when we debate. I'm gonna push the fuck back. Understand it. You wanna have an argument, we can have an argument, but bitch, we gonna argue. Alright? You take your ass to bed, you have yourself some good dreams. And remember, you keep cutting the fuck up. I'm gonna glue that goddamn chicken to your fucking foot. Freezer burned it all. Alright? Echo chamber, I hope not, because you'd be really bad at echoing my opinions. I would. I'm a naysayer, dude. I'm a naysayer, especially if I know you on some horse shit, buddy.
Beyond here, we'll be nearing
The people pleasing me of my younger years will be hella surprised at who the fuck I am now. I'm getting the fuck out of here, dude. Go to bed. We're both going to bed. I'm gonna hit in stream and then we're gonna get some rest for the night. I'll see you in like what? Let's make a pact. We'll do like they did in Sandman. Every 100 years, we'll come back to this exact spot, and we'll argue data and personal experience against each other. That sounds like a plan. I'ma never sleep. All right. Here's the thing. One more before I go to sleep. We'll meet in this spot. So we don't have to guess. Every 100 years we'll come back to this spot and we'll argue about the complexities of life. Right? And we just hash it out and then we go about our ways. That's our pact. There's no takebacks. Every 2 weeks? Why are you gonna wait? How are you gonna wait that long and then ask to be a mod?
Feeling tired?
Yeah, Lou, we about to go to bed. How are you gonna ask to be a mod and want to meet every 2 weeks? You're aggravating, but you stimulate my mental. Something fierce. Get the fuck out of my chat. Go to bed. Go to bed. Every century we meet. No exceptions. If I come back in 100 years, can I be a mod? I'll think about it, okay? Fucking. I will think about it. Every 100 years, we'll meet in this spot, we'll argue about the complexities of life, and then we'll go about it merry fucking way. Maybe have, like, some fucking banana pudding over it or some shit. Alright, good night.